Good morning, conference. Welcome back to the second debate-filled day of the autumn conference. We start the day with debate F10, Children in Care and Care Leavers. A reminder that there are still open slots for future debates if you would like to put in a card. And if you are going to speak in a debate, please ensure that you have paused your hop-in. You should be able to hear the debate through either the Zoom or the Skype link that you are put in. And so now, without further delays, we move to the proposer of this motion, who is Brendan Roberts, the Welsh Young Liberals Policy Officer from Monmouth and Torfaen.
Good morning, conference, Board Arc and Hadledd. It is an honour to be speaking on this motion, and I'm very glad that I was chosen to speak for this motion. So for me to be unprepared is a little bit odd for anything, but yet nevertheless I am, and I have no problem admitting that. But I'm going to start off by saying, whilst I applaud Ed Davies' sentiments about the UK needing to be a more caring society and how we need to improve the lives of carers, I would like to remind members of those people every day who are in the receipt of care. Now, this of course includes children in care and young people. Now, whilst some young people have had a very good experience in the care system, and I don't deny that for 1 second, I think the majority of young people have not always had the best experiences. So a few months ago, I was actually helping NIAS, the advocacy charity organisation, to create their own youth manifesto. And we did something called a word board. So some of you may have come across one of them, and basically the more popular a word gets, the bigger it gets. And this was based on the experiences of those young people who were in the care system. And the word that kept getting bigger and bigger was their experience was just okay. So what does that tell me, and what does that tell us? You know, it tells us that perhaps we are not living up to a decent standard of providing a decent standard of care for children and young people in the care system. I think it's quite shocking that we are still battling with the same status quo. You know, children in care and young people are not seeing the funding they deserve. They are not seeing the services they deserve, which may explain why perhaps young people in the care system or leaving the care system are less likely to achieve 5 GCSEs. They are more susceptible to have mental health conditions and more susceptible to be using drugs, alcohol, smoking. And we have seen as well that the unemployment rate amongst young people in the care system and leaving the care system is also higher. I speak from experience there as a work coach, and it's quite sad to see. In fact, myself, I was unemployed for a year. So I think overall that just goes to show that I've lived that experience. There is a higher unemployment rate. There's no denying that. So there's a lot to say about this policy. And I think overall it does need to be passed. Some people may say that this policy, it doesn't offer loads, it doesn't perhaps go as far as it needs to, but I think it's the start of something fresh, something new, something to offer children in care and care leavers. You know, we're saying that we need to encourage more young people in the care system to consider uni, to improve the acceptance rate. We need to help people with their mental health, and we also need to try and get those young people in the care system to achieve their full potential when it comes to school. You know, it's very saddening to see that a lot of children in the care system are not on the same level as their peers, and that they're not getting the better opportunities, they're not getting the same opportunities. And that obviously leaves young people in the care system to feel very left out, to feel very left behind. And I think it's been a long time coming for any political party to say this and make policy on it. It's about time we started realizing that, and it's about time that we started having policy on the books that makes a real difference for children in care and young people leaving the care system as well. I don't want to really keep any people longer. I kind of want to get on with the debate and hear other people's views. So if you have read the policy, I hope you will agree that whilst it's not very lengthy, as perhaps other people would want it to be, it's a start. And the fact that it's a start means something, and by putting it on the policy books, it means that we can take real action. So I would kindly ask that you vote for this policy today so that we can finally show young people in the care system and young people in the care, leaving the care system, that we do care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brendan, who was a first-time speaker at conference. I now call Paul McGarry to speak in favour of the motion and ask Phil Hutty to stand by.
Conference. I'm one of Sorry, it popped up to say I'm muted. I'll continue. Conference, I'm one of a small group within our party with a lived experience, and today I want to speak specifically about my experience and how it relates to the importance of Resolution 4. Too many children are experiencing turmoil in their day-to-day existence, dealing with parents who have addictions, their parents' broken relationships, physical, emotional, sexual abuse within the home. My own experience was a childhood that was disrupted, chaotic, and a constant fear that me and my siblings might be taken into care. We received support, and my mum received support. We had neighbours and people in the community helping us. In fact, my first contact with the Lib Dems was when we stayed with a Lib Dem MP and his wife, when my mum was particularly unwell. Life was chaotic, but I mostly was not permanently in the care system, though my brother was. This came to a head at 16. I was homeless and terrified in Plymouth, miles away from where I grew up. Treated as an adult, it was terrifying. I remember the stench of the council office, sat in the reception all alone without a clue what would happen next. I was in a hostel, again, miles away from my friends and family, without any help, no support, and neighbour residents who were a low-level drug dealer and a prostitute. In fairness, they always looked out for me, and every day I would head to college with my rucksack and leave it in the corner of the college room, all my worldly possessions there. It was a few months until I got accommodation designed around young people, but my life was in tatters. I was failing in college, failing in relationships, my mental health was failing, and life was really chaotic. In the end, my life changed because I was given an apprenticeship as a youth worker through a local church, which saw me eventually come to Scotland. I was lucky. I was fortunate. And there's a real possibility that my life could have been really different. Some I know have passed away far too young. Some exploited into prostitution or drug abuse, and some have been in and out of prison. Were it not for the help and opportunity I was given through the local church, I would not be sitting here today. The state ignored me. The state did not care I existed. And simply put, the state could not give two craps I existed or what happened in my life. Conference, forgive me for moderating my language here. I have something a little stronger to say about how the state treated me and my friends. It's a tragedy, but it's one that's motivated me. And the reason I'm in politics, and every time I smash a hurdle, I remember those who've been caught in abuse they endured as children. They were never given a fair opportunity to succeed. They were set up to fail as children. This motion highlights this injustice. It closes the gap and ensures that my friends are not left behind. That 16-year-olds who are made homeless out on the streets can actually get the proper help they need, help to succeed in life. This should never happen. This motion and the specific point would provide them a lifeline. Why should a child who's endured 16 years of chaos be kicked to the curb? This motion provides a lifeline for those people, my friends, and the intervention could not come soon enough. I close by taking this one step further. I believe that care leavers should be included as a protected characteristic. The challenges, hardship, and discrimination continues long into adulthood, and it's important that we receive additional legal protection. Thank you so much for your time this morning. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul. I now call Phil Hutty from North Cornwall to speak against the motion and ask Jenny Ferrans to stand by.
Good morning, conference, and some powerful statements made by my predecessors, and I particularly thank Paul for his candour in such a difficult thing that our young people face. Look, I'm speaking against this motion not because I want to, or because I don't think the sentiments behind it are not worthy. They certainly are. It's because actually it's in law already. The Children and Social Work Act 2017 piggybacks on top of the Children Act 1989 and brings in many of the things that this conference wants to now approve. So we were effectively asking for a policy that is already in place. There is differences, of course, and I'll go through those. And I'll tell you why I don't particularly think that this motion, although clearly the experience of a number of young people is what we do by passing this motion is going to be helpful. So I just want to come on to particular bits which I wanted to highlight. So the moving children when necessary is something that actually is embedded in law. Children should not be moved more than 3 times. In fact, I think they shouldn't be moved. We should be finding the right placement at the right time. But the reality is very difficult when we have an extraordinary shortage of foster carers. And we have very vulnerable young people, and matching them with the right foster carers is not always easy. And there are a million other reasons why children move from one placement to another, not least of which because we don't really support children in the way that we need to support them. You know, I've been a social worker for a long time and an independent reviewing officer at IRO and the IRO manager. And so I've seen this firsthand. And social workers do what they call statutory visits once every 6 weeks. It's not enough. Kids need to see their social workers, need to have that kind of support, sometimes daily and sometimes more. But frankly, the social work is not there to do it. And that's what leads to children moving, is because we're not supporting our kids in care. These experiences on this agenda are very real, and I'm not denying it. And NIAS is an excellent organisation. I know it well, and I do not doubt. When the kids say that it's just been okay, yeah, it has just been okay, and that is not good enough. And we as a society have to reflect on that. But this policy will not help them. It does not help them. There is a bit that Paul brings up, which is about children staying in care until they're 25. Okay. But that would be a massive change in the whole way that we look after our young people. Now, I actually think that, when somebody turns 18, they don't stop being vulnerable. Far from it. And some people are more vulnerable than others. And we should talk about vulnerability and less about age. But there is already something in place. It's called Stay Put. And in Wales, it's called When I'm Ready. So there is already stuff in and around. And the Children and Social Work Act went to pick up the flaws that happened in the earlier legislation that Paul had, which was the Leaving Care Act. So I can't agree that we should be looking after children till they're 25. We should be supporting them. Now, it says, well, they should have a pathway plan and supporting to the age of 25. Actually, the Children Act says that. It says that children should be offered that kind of support up until the age of 25. And that is what we should be doing. The question is, why aren't we doing? This is not just a guidance. This is actual legislation. Why are the local authorities?
Could you draw your remarks to a close, please?
Not to do this. So, and that's my point. You need to have a root change and support of our young people. Otherwise, everything else isn't working. And this policy, I'm afraid,
please draw your remarks to a close?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call Jenny Ferrans from Milton Keynes to speak and ask Catherine Macy to stand by to summate.
Thank you, Conference. I'm glad to support this motion, despite I would agree, an error saying that children should leave care. It still includes a lot that is important. And I want to speak about education and training. As Brendan has said, children in care often have disrupted education or situations in which they disengage completely from it very early. So if we can persuade them to re-engage, they find themselves taking the education they would normally have received under 19 at aged over 19. I had that experience myself, although in a very different situation, when I returned to do an A-level after starting work. At 23, I was lucky. My local school allowed me to join their classes free, but I had to pay for exams, and if I'd had to go to the college, I'd have had to pay for course fees. Care leavers, particularly those who've left the care system early, simply won't have the finances to do this. So we need to extend the offer in this bill to the usual amount of under 19 education, tutoring, mentoring, exam fees, course fees for GCSEs, 3 A or T levels, or 3 years apprenticeships. And we need to extend it until the age of 25, until they leave the support system. I'd also ask the team to check on the position of unaccompanied child refugees. Because of a government failure to bring forward regulations, they used to be ejected from any state support at the age of 18 if their assignment had not come through. Please can we make sure that they are now treated as children in care and care leavers until the age of 25, and extend this support to them too, because they, more than any, have need of the education. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jenny. I now call Catherine Macy to summate the motion.
Thank you, Bex. And thank you, Brendan, as my care experience representative on my diversity committee, and Janie Little as the Young Liberal Policy Officer for their work on this motion, and Brendan's excellent speech outlining the importance of this. Paul, thank you so much for your story, and Jenny, thank you for your points, and Phil, I appreciate your engagement with the motion and the concerns, but recommitting to existing law and furthering it is no bad thing. This motion was based on research done alongside care leavers and children in care. Research with charities as well as individual discussions were had, and that is what is outlined this motion. Nothing is happening. Children in care and care leavers are not being supported. I know this alongside my research work at the University of York. We currently have a total of 10 care leavers at a university of 20,000 students. It's not good enough. We need action, and this is the beginning. The Liberal Democrats, upon the research that we conducted, do not have any specific care leaver or children in care policies. They are mentioned every so often in motions about homelessness and housing, but they deserve something on their own. This is only the beginning. Much like the carers motion that Young Liberals brought forward in 2019, we now see a motion brought forward at last conference and huge work being done within the party. And I would like to see this be the first step in a long, long journey. There is so much more research to be done. Part of the problem with the motion is the fact that the research simply isn't there and simply isn't being funded. And whilst obviously the Liberal Democrats cannot change this alone, we can raise the profile of carers, of care leavers, children in care, and people who need our support in this time. Jenny's point of refugees was so important because every single child deserves their best chance. With my own circumstances, at the age of 10, my grandfather was teaching me how to use an Excel spreadsheet to track our finances. But I was lucky enough that my grandfather was there to do that. Not everyone has the support of people around them. But throughout human history, people have always been supporting other people. And I think that our society is forgetting that. We need to be there for people who don't have the luxuries that many of us have. We need to ensure that every single child has the ability to reach their potential, not just as Liberals, but also as humans. We are missing out on so many brilliant young people because of so many reasons. And for children who grow up in care or have to experience time in care, that is partly why. And we can do better, and the Liberal Democrats should stand to ensure that every single child who has to experience care for whatever reason can still reach their potential as they grow and become adults. Thank you, and please vote for this motion.
Thank you very much, Catherine. We now move to a vote on the motion. The vote will be in the polls tab on the side of your hop-in screen. Cara, could you launch the vote, please? Thank you very much, conference. With 160 votes for and 7 votes against, this policy motion has now passed at conference. I would like to thank all the speakers for getting up so early, as well as everyone who voted in this motion. We will now take a short break before we move on to the next motion on the agenda, the Climate Change Conference and the UK Government. I would like to thank my aides, Jenny Rigg and Cara Jenkinson.
Welcome to F11, Policy Motion on the Climate Change Conference and the UK Government. That's F11. We have a motion with 2 amendments. So can I ask Neil Langford to stand by, and it gives me pleasure to call Vera Hobhouse, a Member of Parliament for Bath, North East Somerset, and the party's spokesman on climate change, to move the motion.
Good morning, Conference. The COP negotiations will begin in only just over 40 days. They will determine the choices that we make for the future of our planet and the future of humanity. The stakes couldn't be higher. Will the global community and its representatives be ambitious and brave enough to limit global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees by 2050? Or are we on course for failure to avoid irreversible climate change? The UK, as one of the first industrial nations in the world and one of the oldest contributors to CO2 emissions, is hosting the conference in Glasgow. The political prestige associated with being the host, but also our moral obligations, should be incentives enough to aim really high in bringing about an international breakthrough, showing true leadership. To be a credible leader, the UK must show that it gets its own house in order. The Tory government is big on words but small on delivery. It is fair to say that the government is now on the net zero road. But the big question is, how fast is the UK travelling along this road? And forgive me the metaphor from road travel. If we are only going along at 20 miles an hour, but 70 miles an hour is needed to get there in time, we will be missing the crucial point of net zero by 2050. Delaying climate action is no better than denying it. At the current pace of change, we will go past the point in time when climate chaos is catastrophic and irreversible. The government's own advisor, the Committee on Climate Change, has been warning time and again that the pace of change has to be faster. We need a comprehensive strategy which includes urgent action to reduce emissions from buildings, surface transport, aviation industry, agriculture, food and land use. We need proper interim targets and a clear understanding that most emissions need to be cut by 2030, not in 20 years, but action now. Conference, a crucial point on the international stage is climate finance. Richer nations must pay a higher contribution than poorer ones. It is therefore vital that developed countries fulfill their pledge to deliver between them at least $100 billion annually to support developing nations. Climate action has to be global, but let's be honest. In Britain and other rich nations, we can raise the money if we want to. Poorer countries can't. But not only that. All countries need to develop mechanisms to shift investment from fossil fuels into clean energy. Amendment 1 goes into further details of how this can be achieved and includes our Liberal Democrat call to ban all new listings for fossil fuel companies whose primary purpose is for energy and transport. We should include the Amendment 1 into the motion. Conference, we Liberal Democrats believe in the power of local communities. At this pivotal moment, governments cannot continue to treat subnational and local administrations as an afterthought. There are so many excellent examples of developed administrations and local authorities on green transport, planning, energy, infrastructure, and waste management. The desire from local and devolved administrations to be much more ambitious and much more engaged than central government is very clear. Amendment 2 calls for a multi-level action COP, a long-term ambition from local government, and we should include the amendment into our motion. Conference, the climate emergency is our shared responsibility. The world is coming together this autumn to seek international agreements for meaningful and enforceable targets, for agreeing financial packages and spreading the burden so that poorer communities will not end up paying the highest costs. The UK should and must lead by example, not just for COP26, but beyond. We Liberal Democrats understand the challenges and the opportunities. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Vera. Will Pippa Halings please stand by, and I call Kevin Langford from Kingston to move their amendment.
Hi. We know that carbon dioxide stays in the atmosphere for hundreds of years, and it's much, much harder to take it out of the atmosphere once we put it there. If we keep extracting and using coal, gas and oil at anything close to the current rate, it only takes another 10 years or so until we've put so much up there that we've pretty well guaranteed we're going to overshoot 1.5 degrees of warming. We know that if energy businesses extract even half the reserves that are currently identified as economically and technically feasible to develop, we'll overshoot this 1.5 degrees target significantly. The latest authoritative published research tells us that at least 90% of coal and 60% of oil and gas reserves must be left in the ground to give us a 50% chance of holding the temperature below 1.5 degrees. That's why the International Energy Agency, the West's leading official energy organisation, in May reported that no new oil, gas or coal development should take place if we're to stay within safe limits for global warming. And yet, fossil fuel businesses continue to prospect for new resources, develop new wells, invest to explore and burn more. Even many of those which are trying to build new renewable businesses alongside their fossil fuel operations continue to invest 10 times more in fossil fuel extraction than they do in renewables. They have to stop. Carbon pricing and other measures have made some difference on coal, but oil and gas in particular are coming out of the ground as fast as ever. So we need urgently to take another step. Ed Davey said the same in The Guardian 2 weeks ago. And this amendment makes it party policy to back up what he said. We need to do what we can to restrict the money that goes to fossil fuel companies to fund their development and extraction of new fossil fuel resources. We need all the big international capital markets to ban new IPOs and new bond issuance by fossil fuel companies. And the government should push for this at COP26. Because London's the biggest source of private capital globally for fossil fuel businesses, the UK government has got the credibility to do this. We need fossil fuel companies to develop plans to meet the International Energy Agency's net zero plan, effectively meaning no exploration of new oil and gas fields anywhere as of now, and to share these plans publicly. Give our leadership the mandate to push the government to go to COP26 and help keep fossil fuels in the ground. Vote for Amendment 1.
Thank you, Kevin. Will Stuart Redaway please stand by, and I call Councillor Pippa Halings from South East Cambridgeshire, who's going to move the second amendment on behalf of ALDC.
The last year has been a year.
Pippa appears to be having a few problems.
Year of hardship and life.
I think it's a bad internet connection. So we're going to call Stuart Redaway, and we'll try to come back to Pippa shortly.
Can you hear me? If I'm on air, I'll start. The focus of my short speech today is lines 34 and 5 of the motion on forming an international coalition. A key policy is to price carbon emissions, whether by carbon fee and dividend or by emissions trading. In both cases, there is a risk of carbon leakage. due to UK industry being undercut by imports from countries with little or no pricing of carbon emissions. Emissions cuts by UK companies merely increase imports and move emissions abroad. A solution to this is to impose carbon border adjustments. So imports are taxed on the carbon embedded in them. This is rather difficult to do, and the issue is greatly helped if a group of countries form a coalition to price emissions at a similar level. So no carbon border adjustments are needed for trade between them. On a second related issue, lines 44 to 48 would be enhanced by announcing a carbon fee or tax at a significant and growing rate, perhaps £30 a tonne in 2021, growing to over £100 a tonne in 2030, combined with a dividend to make for a just transition. Okay, thank you.
We think the internet in deepest South Cambridgeshire is now working, so we're going to try and go back to Pippa to move the second amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you see me now?
We can.
Thank you.
Before you start, can I just ask Steve Bolter to stand by?
Conference, the last year has been a year like no other, a year of hardship unlike anything many of us will have ever faced before. And it's been local government on the front line supporting people throughout the pandemic. And as with COVID-19, it's local government that will be on the front line in the response to the climate crisis too, cutting emissions and protecting lives and livelihoods against flooding, heat waves and drought. The UK's National Committee on Climate Change has concluded that we cannot meet the country's net zero ambitions unless government and local authorities work seamlessly together. And local councillors have stepped up, with over 3/4 of councils nationwide declaring a climate emergency, including nearly 90% of the councils led by Lib Dems. But all those declarations ended with the words, "And we call on the government to give us the regulatory powers and funding to achieve these targets." I'm really proud of our pioneering work at South Cambs District Council, being one of the first to set zero targets and get them into our corporate business plan. But I am so frustrated, aren't you? Unless we're given these regulatory powers and funding devolved to local level, local authorities can't impose the standards necessary to ensure zero carbon homes. We can't undertake the massive retrofit of existing homes, slashing energy bills, keeping people warm. That's also needed to cut the 40% of emissions from heating homes. We can't make public transport fast, cheap and reliable and move people away from cars. This motion is one of the most important at conference, but it's missing a key part of the comprehensive strategy it calls for: the recognition of the role of local government and the devolution of the powers and funding needed to turn words into action at speed. And I'd like to thank Vera for recognising this. But it's finally time for this to be included in our country's climate action plan, the nationally determined contributions, with a dedicated chapter to this, and the global agreement at COP26 in Glasgow, making this the multi-level action COP finally, not only for the UK, but for all local authorities in all countries worldwide that are also asking for this. They are waiting on our leadership. Please support this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Pippa. Will Mark Campanale please stand by? I call Steve Bolter, who is from Braintree and Witham. He's going to speak in favour of the motion.
Good morning. This is Steve Bolter here. I am from Braintree and Whittam, and I'm a GLD executive member. I support the motion and amendments 1 and 2. I support the whole motion, but I would like to make the point that to make the Paris Agreement work, the countries have to achieve a rapid carbon emission reduction during the next 8 years. That is much more urgent than addressing their zero carbon dates. The nations will not achieve rapid reductions while there are still huge sums of capital investment in fossil fuel extraction. The disruption caused by the men in suits crossing the Thames Sorry, I've just missed. I've just tried to adjust my camera. Sorry, start again. The disruption caused by the men in suits crossing the Thames bridges to the city is far greater than the minor disruption caused by the few Extinction Rebellion people on the bridges. We really must support Amendment 1, the aim to cut fossil fuel investment. Through the GLD, I have learnt a lot about the work of Lib Dem councillors in the part of Cambridgeshire just across the border from my area, where they now have control of the council. With their direct knowledge and contacts, they are achieving rapid progress in schemes to reduce the local carbon footprint. These have been set far more quickly than the national government could have done it, even if they were willing to. From giving them a little help in the last couple of elections, I have seen their work is being appreciated by large numbers of the community. I thus support Amendment 2 calling for COP26 to have a chapter recognising the importance of local government in the achievement of the Paris goals. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. Can I ask Sarah Kerr to stand by, and I call Mark Canary from Kingston to submit on their amendment.
Thank you very much, Conference. I would like to support Amendment 1, a moratorium on all new coal, oil and gas, IPOs and bond issuances on the London Stock Exchange. Contrary to what many people think, the Paris Agreement doesn't actually mention fossil fuels anywhere in it. When we meet in Glasgow in absence of the recognition that's a sharing emission. Now, what we can do as in the United Kingdom is known for is as a financial centre. From an independent study produced just the other week, there's some $1 trillion is being planned to invest in new coal, oil and gas production.
Okay, we seem to be having problems with Mark's internet, so we're going to come back to him. Can I ask Sarah Kerr from Wokingham to submit on the ALDC amendment?
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for listening. I'm a first-time speaker at conference. I have the pleasure of being the shadow lead member on climate change and air pollution in Wokingham, a Conservative-run unitary authority. I regularly feel like banging my head against a brick wall in frustration at the lack of progress on both the national and local level when it comes to tackling the climate emergency. Our Conservative colleagues in Wokingham have recently approved £17 million, which they claim to be climate emergency spend under the title of tackling congestion. They are spending this on making it easier for people to drive their cars in the name of climate change. It beggars belief. Local authorities have a number of statutory duties placed on them in exercising their functions, but not one of these relates to tackling climate change. We have a national government that does not like or trust local government. It consistently underfunds local authorities and removes power. Experts have stated time and time again that local authorities can and should have a leading role in tackling climate change. For example, on making houses and buildings more sustainable, encouraging low carbon transport and improved waste management. The COVID-19 pandemic showed us how important local authorities and communities are, with people who know their communities making decisions that work. In Wokingham, our locally organised support services were inundated with people trying to escape the inflexible and substandard national support they've been offered. We need national government to wake up and stop centralising power and give it back to the people. Whilst it's good news that most councils have a declared climate emergency, the sector is likely underperforming. Councils need the ability and resources to insist on carbon reducing measures and be given authority to implement the changes that are needed. Without this, we all risk failure, and we cannot fail at tackling the climate emergency. So I urge you to support both the motion and this amendment. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Sarah. An excellent first-time contribution to conference. Will Duncan Brack stand by, and we're going to try and see whether the internet in queue is working any better, and go back to Mark.
Thank you, conference. Just returning to support Amendment 1. Just picking up from my earlier points, the Paris Climate Agreement doesn't mention fossil fuels anywhere in it. And there is a glaring absence. And in fact, the oil and gas majors are planning to increase their spending on new fossil fuel production, which is way outside the 1.5 degrees scope. And the independent research published just last week shows that companies such as Shell and BP, which are listed on London, are collectively planning to spend some $1 trillion of capital on new projects, clearly against the science and clearly against the analysis of the International Energy Agency that said no new investment is needed as from today in any new oil and gas production if we're serious to achieve a 1.5 degrees warming stability. Now, conference, the United Kingdom is an important financial centre, and I believe we can show global leadership to the world by being the first to adopt a moratorium on fossil fuel bond and share issuance. Now, I was one of those people who spent a career in the City of London, where I worked for some 20 years, and knowing how it works, right now there are plans to bring a new company onto the London market, which will be so large that it will go into the FTSE 100. It just goes to show that even in the middle of this climate chaos, this climate emergency, the plans of the corporate sector to produce more fossil fuels is really something which I do not believe is in the interests of the UK financial system or to people's pensions and savings. And I think it's as Ed Davey put in his article in The Guardian just the other year, to decarbonise capitalism, we really need to get our financial markets in line with climate goals. And so I would like conference to support Amendment 1, to put in place a policy to put it to have a moratorium on new oil and gas issuance by bonds, for bonds and equity, and also for companies to produce transition plans in line with the 1.5 degrees science. Thank you very much, conference.
Thank you, Mark. We're now going to call Duncan Brack to summate the debate. Duncan needs a little introduction to conference. He's on the FPC and he chaired the FPC Working Party into Climate Change.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thank you to everyone who's spoken in this debate. Thank you in particular to the movers of the two amendments, which we're very happy to support. Choking off investment in fossil fuel extraction, Amendment 1, and enabling local government to take local action, Amendment 2, are critical and wholly in line with the party's existing policy. Conference lines 28 to 41 of this motion set out what the world desperately needs to see come out of COP26. So if you're the UK government and you're chairing the conference, what do you do to maximise the chances of achieving these aims? 1. You need to press all governments to adopt more ambitious national climate targets. Your own country has a net zero target. Good. but you're not on track to meet your old targets, let alone this more ambitious one, and you endlessly delay publication of your detailed plans for getting there. Not good. 2, you need to ensure that developed countries fulfill their pledge to deliver climate finance, development aid, to poor countries. So you cut your development spending by almost a third, and you abandon your pledge to hit the UN target of 0.7% of GNP. Not good. 3, you need to foster the formation of coalitions of like-minded countries to achieve specific climate goals. So you piss off the EU by stupid antagonism and tearing up your international commitments over Brexit, and you alienate China, the world's largest emitter with whom you have to work on climate issues, by forming a Cold War-era military pact with the US and Australia. Not good. And 4, you need to develop mechanisms to shift investment from fossil fuel use into clean energy. So you scrap your Green Homes Grant programme to cut emissions from houses and you put nothing in its place. You greenlight a new coal mine in Cumbria until forced into a public inquiry, and you press ahead with new oil and gas fields west of Shetland. Really, really not good. If COP26 fails, it won't only be the UK government's fault, but much of it will be. Now, there are good green-minded ministers in this government. Not all Tories are wrong all the time, but there is no coherent commitment to ambitious climate policies running throughout this administration. Too often, what needs to be done is stymied by the dead hand of the Treasury or by short-term political considerations. That's why we spent part of the Liberal Democrats' latest climate policy paper, which you voted for at conference 2 years ago, talking about institutional reform, the need to mainstream climate policies throughout government, to make sure that every minister, every department is working in the same direction. In a world where global heating is the most pressing challenge we face, nothing less will do. But this government hasn't done it. It is not fit to meet the climate emergency. As Vera said, delaying action on climate change is the same as denying it. Please support this motion and both amendments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Duncan. We now move to 3 votes. I'm going to ask you to firstly vote on Amendment 1, which adds a new section after line 41 to the motion. So can we please vote on that now? That amendment was clearly carried. We now move to a vote on the second amendment, which is regarding the importance of local government in achieving this. So can I ask you to vote now on Amendment 2? Thank you very much. The second amendment has been carried. I should have said the first one was carried with 242 votes to 12. This one's been carried with 268 votes with 5 against. So we now move to a vote on the whole motion as amended. Thank you very much. The voting is now finished, and I can tell you that F11 has clearly been carried with 295 votes in favour and 3 against. Thank you very much, everyone that participated. Can I make a special thanks to the Hopin team who've been struggling with the broadband connections around the country, and to my aides, John Bull and Nick DeCosta. We now move to the next debate, which is F12. Thank you.
Good morning, conference, and welcome to F12, Tackling the Climate Emergency, Proposals for Carbon Pricing. I'm Chris Adams, I'll be chairing the debate today. You'll find that motion on page 40 in the agenda. There is one amendment, which you can also find on page 43A. The Federal Conference Committee has also agreed to take a separate vote on lines 90 to 99 of the motion. That's regarding aviation. You can find the details of that separate vote on page 43A as well. I'll be taking that vote along with the other votes at the end of the debate. I now ask Keith Melton to please stand by to propose the amendment, and I call Johnny Oates, our Lord's spokesperson on the climate emergency and energy, to propose the motion. Johnny.
Less than 2 months from COP26 and just weeks after the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change delivered its report on the devastating impact of human-induced warming on our planet. As the UN Secretary-General has warned, this is code red for humanity. The paper on carbon pricing that this motion endorses, alongside the climate change paper passed in 2019, set out the radical action required to meet this emergency. It's a plan for the rapid and effective decarbonisation of the British economy, focused on a number of key principles. Firstly, ensuring the burdens of decarbonisation are shared equitably. Secondly, and accordingly, targeting the biggest polluters and those activities where emissions can be reduced most rapidly. Thirdly, providing support and incentives to small emitters, such as households, to reduce their emissions before applying carbon pricing to their energy bills. Fourthly, integrating carbon pricing with regulation, subsidy and information to achieve a faster and better outcome than taxation could achieve alone. And finally, working in collaboration with the European Union to ensure that our carbon pricing approach cuts emissions rather than simply exporting them overseas. At the heart of our proposals are radical changes to the UK's emissions trading system. This is the system which puts a legal obligation on companies to reduce their emissions to a cap that the government sets and reduces every year. If they want to, companies can buy allowances from other companies in the ETS who can cut emissions more easily, thus targeting effort on the cheapest and fastest emissions reductions. Taxes don't do that. And the ETS is nothing to do with buying dodgy offsets like planting trees overseas. It's about UK companies' legal obligation to reduce absolute emissions. Our proposals will radically tighten the ETS squeeze on emissions by ratcheting up the price of allowances, ratcheting down their number, and more than doubling the auction reserve price, which sets the minimum price at which allowances are sold. At the same time, we will widen its scope to include suppliers of gas and oil currently outside the ETS. Although many of the Working Party, including me, started with an assumption that we would recommend a tax and dividend system, the evidence we heard from around the world, including from Canada and Sweden, which use a version of tax and dividend, led us to conclude that it was too blunt a tool, which by failing to target industries which can decarbonise most rapidly, would result in slower reduction in emissions, would inflict significant new costs on households, which would be hard, if not impossible, to offset fairly, and would be applied regardless of whether they had the ability to reduce their emissions. As one of the Working Party members concluded, applying an economy-wide carbon tax would be like performing the same operation on every patient, regardless of their ailment. And although a tax and dividend system may appeal in the initial simplicity of the slogan, the complexities of a dividend system which compensated people fairly would mean that its simplicity was rapidly sunk under the weight of detailed caveats that would have to be applied. Nonetheless, we recognise that tax and dividend is an important debate, and we've indicated to the chair of Green Liberal Democrats, who speaks next in the debate, that FPC and members of the working group are happy to continue discussions on their policy proposals and on the evidence that we based our conclusions on. We're also happy to accept Amendment 1, which Keith is moving. Conference, beyond our proposals for a radical strengthening of the ETS, we will use a number of tax and regulatory measures to further target emissions. We will follow France and ban flights on all routes where there is a direct train service of less than 2.5 hours. We will cut demand for flights on other routes by increasing air passenger duty for the most frequent flyers and by introducing VAT on business and first class flights. We will graduate vehicle excise duty by the fuel efficiency of the vehicle and reinstate indexation of road fuel duty. We will allow home energy efficiency improvements to be offset against income tax, and we will levy stamp duty land tax according to the energy rating of the building and offer purchaser refunds if they improve the rating within a year. Conference, our proposals are focused relentlessly on achieving the reduction in greenhouse gases that are so urgently required, and doing so as rapidly as possible, as efficiently as possible, and critically as fairly as possible. Taken together with the comprehensive measures to tackle climate change in our 2019 policy paper, these proposals would ensure that the UK is at the forefront of the battle to save our planet. Please support the motion, and let's get on with the urgent task at hand.
Excellent. Thank you, Johnny. I now ask John Shoesmith to please stand by, and I call Keith Melton to propose the amendment.
Thank you, Chair. Originally, our Vice Chair, Politics, Steve Mason, was due to move this amendment, but as I mentioned in the Green Liberal Democrat Fringe last night, Steve has become the subject of problems of success. His anti-fracking campaign in Yorkshire was so successful that the fracking company has given up entirely on the idea and have appointed Steve as their new communications director to pivot their business to renewable energy and environmental consultancy and delivery. So I'm standing in Steve's stead this morning. When we talk politics within the Green Liberal Democrats, we spend quite a large proportion of our time talking about politics on the grand scale, global this and global that. But I'm sure you've heard, however, the expression think global and act local, and this amendment requires us to do just that. Reaching net zero is going to take a huge investment from both government and the private sector, yet we're still not taking action quickly enough. This government is actually beyond hopeless. We need the banks to step up, but with so many technologies and green infrastructure being cutting edge, there is a reluctance to put up enough cash to bring about sufficient change to reduce emissions in the timescales required due to the risks of failure. As each year passes, the costs of developing new technologies will increase, so we need as many tools in our arsenal as possible. The principle in this amendment is simple and exactly similar to the government-backed mortgage scheme to help first-time buyers. In this case, the government will offer lenders the guarantee that they need to provide finance for the deployment of green technologies and infrastructure, subject, of course, to the usual checks. A government-backed scheme would stimulate meaningful private funding for renewable energy generation, energy storage, energy efficiency, and other green infrastructure to help us reach net zero more quickly. I hope you will support this amendment. But let me add another thought in response to Johnny Oates' comments on an amendment that Green Liberal Democrats brought to this debate. It was not taken by a Federal Conference Committee, but we have, by negotiation, achieved the same end: to extend the working group for a year, effectively, to consider an addition of a carbon tax in the form of a carbon fee plus dividend to the bank of weapons available to cut emissions sooner rather than later. Johnny Oates and the paper calls it a blunt tool, but quite frankly, Conference, the state of our current situation means that we occasionally might need a blunt tool to get people to act and act effectively. So support this amendment, support the motion, and we look forward to working with a Federal Conference Committee, so look out for paper 139B next year.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Keith. I now ask Cara Jenkinson to please stand by, and I call John Shoesmith, who's speaking against the motion. John.
There's no doubt that fossil fuels have delivered enormous benefit to mankind. They're very valuable to us. But now scientists have issued the direst possible warning. We've got to stop using them, and fast. How we use our remaining precious carbon budget is an immensely important decision. The most important decision ever taken in the whole history of humanity. The question before us today is F12 up to that challenge? And I put it to you, it is absolutely not. You cannot allocate a precious, scarce resource, the sort we're dealing with here, by price. There's only one mechanism that humans have used throughout history to do that, and that is rationing. Rationing is fair because everybody, rich or poor, gets the same allocation. Rationing is liberal because if you've got a carbon allowance within which you've got to work, it's up to you how you spend it. Nobody's telling you how to do it. It's effective because if a ration like that was brought in, the rich will be forced immediately to use sustainable energy. The price of sustainable energy would rocket and development would go astronomical. In contrast, the price of fossil fuels would fall. Companies who wish to sell products in the UK would have a choice. Wherever they're made, they either produce a decent audited account of how much carbon is in that product, or they don't sell it because it's got to fit within the ration. David Attenborough, to quote a great man, said that the one thing that we need to do if we're going to save this planet is don't waste anything. Look at our roads crowded with big cars. Look at those warehouses dotted around our motorways, full of imported Chinese goods built at goodness knows what carbon cost. Will F12 address those questions? It will not. Rationing will. Greta Thunberg has said we've got to take drastic action. Absolutely right. Read F12. It's so nuanced, it's untrue. We've got to take drastic action. Only rationing will do that. Think of a person close to you, perhaps. Somebody young who's got to live through the next 80 years. Vote when you're voting, think of them. Think of Lloyd George. The last time this party was great, it was the byword for radical thinking. The world has never needed radical thinking more than it needs right now. I urge you to shake things up. I urge you to think of the next generation. Please vote against F12. It isn't up to the job. Thanks.
Thank you, John. I now ask Stuart Redaway to please stand by, and I call Cara Jenkinson, who will be speaking in favour of the motion.
Conference. You may remember Conservative MP Steve Baker, the so-called Brexit hard man, one of the leaders of the European Research Group. He has now decided to turn his attention to the net zero transition, its exorbitant costs, and in his view, the unfairness. In a recent article he wrote for The Sun, he said, "Let us be under no illusion. The poorest will pay the highest price for these carbon neutral fantasies." So he is stoking the culture war. He and other climate skeptics like him are shifting the narrative from climate change denial to a political campaign focused on the costs of the transition. Lib Dems need to be very aware of the politics of decarbonisation, and we must bring voters with us. That is why I welcome this motion with its focus on a just transition that distributes costs in a way that is fair to individuals and businesses. I particularly welcome lines 26 to 28, which call for support and incentives to be offered to small emitters, such as households, to reduce emissions before applying carbon pricing to their energy bills. As the policy paper points out, the ability of households to respond to price signals is key. In simple terms, if gas prices go up, can people readily make their homes more energy efficient and replace their gas boilers with greener alternatives? The answer to this right now is no, and the main reason is an appalling policy failure from successive Conservative governments on home decarbonisation. Possibly the most well-known example of this failure is the Green Homes Grant voucher scheme, launched with great fanfare last summer, with the aim of retrofitting 600 homes by March this year. The Prime Minister claims that the scheme failed due to a lack of demand. Completely false. There was plenty of demand, just no skilled tradespeople to upgrade the homes. Years of stop-start government policy have left the building and heating industries and the college sector unwilling to invest in training. There are just 1,000 certified heat pump installers compared to 96,000 gas boiler engineers, and only a few hundred retrofit coordinators, where we need over 30,000, and only a handful of 200 FE colleges offer training on energy efficiency and renewable heating. So the motion is absolutely right to focus on making it easier for households to retrofit their homes before raising the price of heating through regulation, incentives, and building up the skills base. Most people in the UK want to do their bit for the planet, and by making it easier to do so, we will bring people with us and avoid fueling the culture war that Steve Baker and his ilk are so keen to inflame. So, conference, support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Cara. I now ask Ian Sollom to please stand by, and I call Stuart Redaway to move the separate vote. Stuart.
Hi, good morning. The motion, PP 139A, are supposed to be about pricing carbon emissions, but they contain a lot of regulations. Many of these are important, but most of them are already in PP 139. The motion and 139A are weak on actually pricing emissions, i.e. making the polluter pay. For example, home heating and red diesel are not priced. The separate vote is to delete lines 90 to 99 on aviation, as they are inefficient regulations. Lines 90 to 94 ban any net increase in the number of UK runways and also some short flights. These rather complex bans are not efficient at reducing emissions. Lines 95 to 7 target frequent flyers in unspecified ways and also put VAT on first and business class flights. Lines 88 to 9 put unspecified charges on takeoffs and private jets. These lines are better covered in section 5.2 of 139A. 5.2.6 and 7 give detail on taxing frequent flyers based on the number of flights taken, which ignores distance flown and seat class. Premium seats displace several economy seats and hence increase emissions per passenger. A long-haul first-class flight can emit over 100 times more than a short hop across the channel. So the number of flights is not a good measure of emissions and leave long-haul and premium seats grossly undertaxed. Passenger taxes do not encourage airlines to achieve high load factors. Flight taxes, such as on fuel, do. A note on taxing aviation fuel. Currently, it is forbidden by international agreement. So a proxy may be needed. A good one would be a flight tax with a formula including distance, number of seats, takeoff weight, and the type of aircraft. I urge you to vote to delete lines 90 to 99. I understand from Duncan that this would mean relevant parts of 139A would not become party policy. I also ask that you think carefully before endorsing 139A. Finally, using CF&D, carbon fee and dividend, to price aviation emissions increases the dividend at little or no cost to poor people, thus enhancing the reduction in poverty from the policy and a just transition. Johnny Oates misrepresents an economy-wide carbon tax, as though other policies are not also used. Also, the dividend includes money from many other emissions other than home heating. And the total effect of the dividend is to make even people in fuel poverty less poor. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Stuart. I now ask Neil Sanderson to please stand by, and I call Ian Sollum to speak in favour of the motion. Ian.
Thank you, Chair. Conference, we know that climate change is an existential threat to humanity, and so do the wider public. And in recent years, ambitions to achieve net zero on a faster trajectory have been to the fore in public debate. But that debate is changing. Increasingly, people want to know exactly how we are going to get there, and rightly so. Now, we Liberal Democrats have been ahead of the curve on this. As the South Cambridgeshire general election candidate in 2019, I was proud to be able to refer to the detailed policies that we passed at conference that year to get to net zero, as others have referenced. The credibility of our path to net zero showed up the empty ambition of my rivals at that election. And this motion and the accompanying policy paper continues that. And I really want to commend the working group for bringing it forward. As someone who's worked on carbon pricing models professionally, I particularly welcome the focus on the principles of the emissions trading scheme. I know that some do find the ideas around a simple carbon tax attractive, but the policy paper, in my view, rightly considers the dangers of such an approach being unfair across our society, as well as ultimately less effective, as Lord Oates highlighted so comprehensively in moving the motion. The evidence supports this. There are many other good policy proposals in this motion. Altogether, they continue to put the Liberal Democrats leading the serious thinking on climate change policy. The public are tired of the failed government initiatives like the Green Homes Grant that's been mentioned. They're tired of plans devoid of detail like the recent hydrogen strategy. And they're losing patience with parties that bid up the ambition on net zero without credible plans to deliver it. Conference, we are not that party. We have the credible plans. So let's pass this motion and start telling people what we would do.
Hello, thank you, Ian. I now ask Christine Wilmore to please stand by, and I call Neil Sanderson, who's speaking against lines 45 to 46 of the motion. Neil.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Conference. Whilst my concern is really lines 45 to 46, whilst the motion as a whole has some very good things in it, I have deep concerns that it's putting too many of our eggs into the one basket of an emissions trading scheme. It will encourage intensive lobbying by companies to be treated as special cases in the national interest, to have increased allowances. It will not encourage those companies to exercise corporate behaviour change and lower their carbon use in terms of energy production and manufacturing. Linking it to the EU emissions trading scheme is a bit premature since we're not actually in Europe at the moment, and any agreement would have to be a bilateral international agreement. And those of you know, those trade talks can carry on for years, as we warned Mr. Johnson. Can our planet wait that long in this climate emergency? I don't think so. In terms of carbon pricing, to help deliver a just transition in line 21, many priority and vulnerable households already severely struggling under the current fossil fuel economy. How will they switch to a decarbonised fuel economy whilst targeting the biggest polluters but safeguarding the least well off from fuel poverty and hardship? I don't believe this paper answers that conundrum. We have not, personally, I have a preference for a Canadian style of fee and dividend, but again, I welcome the move by the working group to work with the Green Liberal Democrats on coming forward with perhaps some more sensible proposals than the ones we have today. We still, again, I still feel that there is much more research that needs to be done. I think a degree of realism needs to be injected if indeed we are to encourage corporate behaviour change rather than emission trading scheme loopholes that protect the status quo and undermine our ambitious climate emergency targets. So I'm not asking you not to vote for the motion, but I think it comes with a very big caveat. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Neil. I now ask Kevin Langford to please stand by, and I call Christine Wilmore, who's speaking in favour of the motion. Christine.
Hello, delegates. This is our chance to, as Ian said, lead the debate on how to have a comprehensive, credible plan for carbon pricing as part of our toolkit. And crucially, despite what Neil said, this document shows how we'll make sure it's fairly done so that the poorest don't get whacked. And lots of policy papers about carbon pricing don't do that. They talk in general terms. So please don't muff the chance to get a socially just transition document on carbon pricing by referring bits back or by taking out chunks. If you do, you'll leave the party without a position on key questions. In the run-up to COP, we're going to be asked in the media, how will you tax carbon?
How will you help poorer households? Because so often carbon taxes can hit poorer households. What will you do about flying? This motion and the policy paper behind it gives us answers we can use. If we drop any of it at this stage, it means people will be at risk of having to invent answers on the hoof that aren't backed by party conference commitments. And I want conference to be leading the agenda on what we say in the media. What I like most is it tells us how we can do it in a just manner, helping the poorest. A simple carbon tax would simply hit the poor. But as Cara Jenkinson says, this policy will make sure the money from taxing carbon goes directly into helping the less well-off make the changes that will reduce their carbon footprint and energy bills. As Lord Oates explained, when the working group spoke with people behind the world-leading schemes on carbon pricing and tax and dividend, they advised us not simply to copy the routes they'd taken, but to learn from their successes and mistakes and to move beyond straightforward carbon tax and dividend. And this paper does just that. Now, much of the detail of this paper isn't sexy, but then often the best action plans for carbon aren't. They're simply hard work. Now, experts differ, of course, about the best tactics. And you've heard there's going to be more discussion with the Green Liberal Democrats about some of the tactics. So let's not pretend this motion and our paper has all the answers or is the last word. For example, Stuart Redaway wants to delete the sections on aviation. He has a different view on the best way to cut aviation emissions, but that's about a difference of tactic. And crucially, if we delete those lines now, the party will be left without any plan on aviation, a crucial area, and it would leave our frontline spokespeople without answers to that question of how will you tackle flying. We can't risk going out of here with headlines saying they bottled aviation tax or they're against cutting aviation. So keep it in. If you take bits out because you might have done it a slightly different way, we'll send our spokespeople into the media naked on those issues. Please pass the entire motion and Amendment 1 from Keith Melton and give us the tools to get out and campaign against carbon taxation, against carbon today in council chambers and focuses. If you reject part or even the whole motion, you send our
You bring your remarks to a close, please.
studios naked when they are asked, well, how would you do this?
Excellent. Thank you very much, Christine. I hope you managed to call that person back who was trying to ring you during that. Can I please ask Keith Melton to stand by to summate on Amendment 1, and I now call Kevin Langford to speak in favour of the motion. Kevin.
Hi. I've also been a member of the Working Party on this topic, and we have one very clear objective. How do we use carbon pricing to cut emissions? We have one very clear constraint. What we do has to be fair. The way we get to net zero is not by putting more financial burdens on households on lower incomes. Most other stuff is relatively less important. We were asking one question about each choice we made. Is this measure going to help get us to net zero and stop the planet warming? It's all about the emissions. And this policy delivers on that brief. I want to highlight the following from the policy. It makes the polluters pay. It does that by taking the existing UK emissions trading system and making it really tough. Based on our expert witnesses, we concluded we had a better chance of reducing emissions if we got the emissions trading system to work rather than starting on a new course with carbon taxes, which would have their own problems, their own sets of lobbyists trying to change the issues. So the policy reduces the number of emissions that are allowed from industry and from electricity generation by 70% by 2030, compared to what the scheme allows now. It takes away most of the free allowances over the same time frame. It introduces a rising minimum price for these emissions. Secondly, it supports a carbon border adjustment, a tax on imports which have been manufactured using dirty energy outside the UK. This protects our industry and means we're using carbon pricing to tackle the emissions on the goods which we consume but don't manufacture here, and which we really should be taking into account when we try and address our carbon footprint. Thirdly, it has a raft of measures to limit flying, which should make people who fly a lot fly much less, as well as focusing the minds of airlines on sustainable fuels. This is a particularly complicated area that we looked at in a lot of detail as part of the working group. No one measure is going to work on its own here, which is why we're supporting a frequent flyer levy and introducing other taxes as much as the international context allows us to. This isn't a simple policy. That's because climate change is an urgent problem, but it's not a simple problem. If it was, maybe we wouldn't be here. The policy undoubtedly isn't the last word on the subject. As Johnny and Keith have said, we'll continue to develop the policy over the coming months and year. But we're rapidly running out of road. With COP26 in 8 weeks, we need a strong, credible policy on carbon pricing now. And I believe this is it. Support the motion.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I now ask Duncan Brack to please stand by to summate on the motion as a whole, and I call Keith Melton to summate on Amendment 1. Keith.
Thank you, Chair. To be honest, the need to summate on this amendment is really fairly slim because nobody has, as far as I can tell, nobody has actually spoken against it. It may be possible, though, that I can mention one or two things that struck me in terms of the way forward. This is a very complex area, and I think the Working Party have recognised that. And also there are complexities that we still need to talk about. So I think there is going to be a paper 139B, and some of the issues that have been raised may well fall into that category for us to talk and take forward. My main concern is to make sure that there is a just transition from our current fossil fuel economy, to make sure that we bring everybody with us and that we do that fairly. Kevin has just spoken about COP26 coming up in a few weeks' time. That's very important, and I think this government needs to be taken to task over the things it has done badly. In fact, if they had not sold off the Green Investment Bank, we wouldn't even need to be bringing this amendment forward in terms of creating a new mechanism for making sure that investment in environmental issues was sound. So please pass Amendment 1, and when you've done that, pass this whole debate. And then when you've done that, let us reconsider using a rather more blunt instrument of carbon taxation to batter some of the polluters into a situation where they will stop polluting our atmosphere. Okay, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you, Keith. After the next speaker, we'll move to a series of 3 votes. I'll explain that at the end, but I now call Duncan Brack to summate on the motion as a whole. Duncan.
Thank you very much, Chris, and thanks to everyone who's spoken in this debate, and a huge thanks to everyone on the Policy Working Group who helped write this paper. First, I want to deal with a separate vote on lines 90 to 99, our proposals on aviation. Please vote to keep these lines in. Keep them in because our proposal to tax frequent flyers in lines 95 to 97, which Conference voted for 2 years ago, proved to be one of the best ways to sell the idea of limiting flights and their impact. Stuart was right, it isn't directly linked to emissions, but it is simple and easy to explain, as we found during the last election campaign. It gives everyone the right to one economy class flight per year free of tax, but the tax then rises very steeply the more flights you take. So this very clearly targets the frequent flyers, the 15% of people who take 70% of flights every year. That's the right group to target. That's where we get the biggest and fastest reduction in emissions from aviation. But Stuart's separate vote goes further than that. He also wants to take out our proposal to apply VAT to first class and business travel, currently exempt, and our proposal to apply taxation to private jets. And he wants to delete the limits on airport expansion have been Liberal Democrat policy for years, and our new proposal to ban short flights where direct rail travel is available. Stuart, please forgive me, but you risk coming over as one of those high priests of economics who think that all you have to do is get the price right and everything else follows. But the real world doesn't work like that. Pricing policies work well where there are alternatives that are readily available. For example, renewables rather than gas or coal, EVs rather than petrol or diesel. That doesn't work for aviation, where the only alternative at present is not flying at all. If you use only taxation to limit aviation emissions, you will price ordinary people out of flying altogether if you're serious about reducing emissions. Now, that is a possible option, but it's not one I want to see us fight an election on. That's why we've gone for, in effect, rationing, one flight free of tax, plus other measures like limiting airport capacity. Pricing policies almost never work effectively in isolation. They work best when combined with regulation, which is what this paper does. Please vote to keep lines 90 to 99 in. Now, the other main debate here is on the choice between emissions trading and the idea of an economy-wide carbon tax. I think John Shoesmith argued for something else, a variety of emissions trading between individuals, which I think is wholly impractical. And you will note that John didn't spend any time explaining how his system would actually work. Now, we explain in the paper in section 2.2 why we think emissions trading between big polluters, the current system we have, is better. There are three main reasons. First, because emissions trading targets the biggest polluters and activities where emissions can most quickly be reduced. That's what the ETS does. It ensures that those companies who can most cheaply cut their emissions do so fastest. This approach is in line with polling conducted for the Green Alliance last year, which showed that 72% agreeing with the proposition that government should tax big businesses that produce the most emissions first. Now, I accept that the weakness of the ETS is the allowances that are given out free to protect companies from overseas competitors who don't face similar costs. We propose to deal with that through carbon border adjustments, ending the need for free allowances. A carbon tax would face exactly the same problem and would need pretty much the same solution. Second, emissions trading is more precise than a tax. With taxes, the government has to set the rate and guess what the impact's going to be. With emissions trading, government sets a ceiling on emissions. It's an easier way of ensuring compliance with climate targets. Third, our approach is phased. A really important part of this paper is the proposal to delay the extension of emissions trading to suppliers of domestic gas, which heats most of Britain's homes, until we've had 10 years of an emergency programme of home insulation, which, as we know, can cut people's fuel bills and emissions very substantially. The tax and dividend approach would put up people's energy costs straight away, but compensate them by handing out tax revenue. It sounds attractive, but the problem is that energy use is not related only to income. It is not true to say that all poor households use less heating than richer ones. Energy use also varies very substantially with the level of insulation of the home and the needs of the people living in it. So at one extreme, you could distribute enough revenue to fully compensate, say, a single pensioner living in a large, old, badly insulated house. There are quite a lot of those in this country, for the higher energy bills she would face. But handing out the same level of dividend on a simple per-head basis would mean giving large families living in smaller, modern and well-insulated houses very large dividends for no climate benefit at all. You can't call that badly targeted. It's not targeted at all, and it's not a good use of scarce resources. And finally, using the ETS is consistent with Liberal Democrat policies on the EU. Now, if you were at either of the last two conferences, you'll remember the passionate debates we had on the party's position on Brexit. And we concluded by aiming to seek a much closer relationship with the EU than the current government is pursuing, ultimately with the aim of the UK rejoining. When the UK rejoins, we will be part of that EU emissions trading system. Before that, we can build that closer relationship Party Conference voted for by associating the UK ETS with the EU ETS, just as the Swiss system is, which will also make it more effective. Just 3 months ago, the European Commission published its proposals for improving and extending the EU ETS, which we talk about in the paper and we call for in the UK. Now, you cannot both support the party's approach to UK-EU relations and advocate dismantling the UK ETS and putting a carbon tax in its place. That is totally incoherent. So that's why we believe our approach is better than an economy-wide carbon tax. But I fully accept that there may be options for using some level of tax with some revenue recycling alongside the ETS. Within the EU, the Nordic countries do that, though their carbon tax is not very extensive and not very high. But as Johnny said, the FBC and the working group are very happy to work together with Green Lib Dems to explore possible additional options in the future. So, conference, our proposals are radical, they are fair, they are effective, they are consistent with our party's policies on Europe, and they are achievable. Please support the motion as a whole and Amendment 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Duncan. We now move to a series of 3 votes. I will be taking the separate vote first, which is a separate vote on lines 90 to 99 of the motion. That's Conference Welcomes 3C, D and E in relation to aviation. And I will be opening the vote now. Thank you very much, conference. We have a very clear result there. There were 50 votes in favour of removing lines 90 to 99 and 265 votes against. So the separate vote fails. The motion stays as is. We now come to a vote on Amendment 1, proposed by Keith Melton, relating to a green finance investment scheme. That vote should be open now. Thank you very much, conference. That was a very, very clear vote. We had 307 votes in favour of the amendment and 18 votes against. So the amendment is carried. We now come to a final vote on the motion as a whole, as amended with Amendment 1. That vote should be open for you now. Thank you very much, conference. The voting is closed, and the results are 363 votes in favour of the motion as a whole as amended, and 16 votes against. I'd just like to clarify that the previous bar chart was wrong, unfortunately. It had the right numbers the wrong way around. So it was indeed that Amendment 1 was carried 307 votes to 18. I'd like to thank my aide, Chris Mains, and my voting aide, Nick DaCosta. And I now hand over to John Ball to chair the next session, which is a speech by our Deputy Leader, Daisy Cooper. Thank you very much.
Good morning, conference, and welcome to item F13. When I was a student in St Albans way back in the 1980s, I dreamt that the city would one day elect a Lib Dem MP. It didn't happen then, but a generation later, Daisy Cooper broke through the blue wall of Conservative domination. In 2019, she became the first MP to be elected for St Albans in the Liberal tradition since 1904. Within the Liberal Democrats, Daisy was a driving force behind the adoption of one member, one vote and the electing diverse MPs motion, which has helped improve the diversity of our parliamentary party. In Parliament, Daisy is Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Climate Change and of the All-Party Parliamentary Group on Beer. Conference, I have great pleasure in introducing the Liberal Democrat Member of Parliament for St Albans, our Parliamentary Spokesperson on Education and the Deputy Leader of the Liberal Democrats, Daisy Cooper.
More than 800 years ago, St Albans Abbey hosted some of the very first meetings that led to the drafting of the Magna Carta, the Great Charter of Liberties. That started a proud tradition here in our wonderful city, a proud tradition of fighting for greater democracy, liberties and freedoms. And in the last few years, there have been many such fights. We took a stand when our Parliament was unlawfully prorogued. We took to the streets to fight the reckless and damaging Tory Brexit. And we took the knee to join with all those who fight institutional racism. Having been brought up to think the Tories were the bad guys, I was shocked in my 20s when it was a Labour government that waged an illegal war in Iraq. But it wasn't the war that got me involved in politics. It was what followed. The Labour government's so-called war on homegrown terrorism saw the introduction of suspicion lists, stop and search, and proposals for secret inquests and 42 days detention without charge. Measures that were deeply illiberal but also ineffective. I remember thinking at the time, if a government can propose measures like this, where do we end up as a country? Fast forward to today, and those same rights and liberties are under attack again, but this time from a nationalist Tory government. This government is failing to take the urgent action needed to tackle the climate and ecological emergency, which will cause untold human suffering. This government is failing to deal with the Brexit fallout, which is screwing over our farmers, our fishermen, and our food supply. And this government is failing to outline a plan on how we recover from the pandemic in a way that builds back better. Instead, this deeply illiberal, nationalist Tory government is waging an attack on our liberties and our freedoms and our global reputation. This Tory government is attacking our right to peaceful protest. This Tory government is weakening the right of every individual to take the government to court when it fails them. This Tory government has put forward a so-called free speech bill that gives a platform to hate speech. And at a time of rising fake news and misinformation, this Tory government is trying to pull the rug out from underneath our world-class public service broadcasters. Liberal Democrats have always stood up for our rights, liberties and freedoms, and we must do that now more than ever before. And around the country, there are millions of people like us who want to stand up. They want to stand up for our values and help kick out this lying, incompetent Tory government. Because people are sick. People are sick of a Tory government that will wage a phony culture war to win votes, even if it divides our communities and our countries. People are sick of a Tory government that will dish out contracts to their mates whilst leaving frontline workers without PPE. And people are sick of being led by a man who lies and lies and lies again. People are sick of being run by illiberal elites. People are tired of being taken for granted. And now we are all ashamed that under this government, global Britain has been reduced to a sad delusion. But Liberal Democrats are showing people that there is another choice. And whilst we are ashamed of this government, we are proud of our country. Liberal Britain believes that our responsibility for protecting rights and freedoms extends beyond our national boundaries. Liberal Britain believes in localism and internationalism, not nationality alone. And Liberal Britain believes in individuality over conformity, ideas over identity, and the power of local community. A liberal Britain would give people the freedom to be whoever they want to be and live their lives as they choose. A liberal Britain would break up the cabal of decision-making in Westminster and give people power to make decisions in their communities, at work, and in their everyday lives. And around the country, there are millions of people who want to live in a liberal Britain like this. And it's up to us to show them that it's possible. When we won St Albans, it was a win for liberal values. When we won Chesham and Amersham, it was a win for liberal values. But in both cases, it was also a win for hard work, because the system is stacked against us, and elections like these don't win themselves. When I became deputy leader a year ago, I promised you that my top priority would be to help build a winning campaign machine so we can get more Liberal Democrats elected at all levels, but especially to get more Liberal Democrat MPs elected to Westminster. Behind the scenes, I've been mentoring the next generation of our diverse parliamentary candidates, and I've been working with local parties to get those parliamentary candidates in place so they can help build and lead those winning teams. And it is fantastic news that we are starting to get the first of those parliamentary candidates in place. Bobby Dean is taking on the Tories in Carshalton and Wallington. Louis Franklin in Guildford is fighting to knock out another brick in the blue wall. And Paul Kohler is our voice for liberal values in Wimbledon, where we are just 628 votes away from winning Wimbledon for the first time in our history. We may only have 20 months until the next general election, so we must start building those winning machines now. We need people like you to stand for local council and to stand for Parliament. We need people like you to run our fundraising teams, to run our social media teams, to run our canvassing teams. We need people like you to run the Canvas training teams, to design literature, and to do all the other tasks that makes a winning team. We need to harness those skills. We need to get organised, and we need to build. Remember what it is that we are fighting for. We're fighting for our rights, to protect our democracy, and for Britain's place in the world. Now is the time for you to find your role in our fight for a liberal Britain.
Hi, this is Cara Jenkinson, and I'm one of the Vice Chairs of the Liberal Democrat Federal Conference Committee. This autumn, we're really keen to encourage new voices at conference, If you've not spoken at a conference before, now might be the time to give it a go. There'll be debates across a wide range of topics, and we're keen to hear from people who may have direct experience of the issues being debated from their personal lives, or perhaps have professional expertise that they can add. The first step is to look at the conference agenda. Once you've decided on the debate that you would like to contribute to, make sure that you put in a speaker's card by 5 p.m. on the evening before the debate is due to happen. I call it a speaker's card, but actually it's now an electronic form which you can access via the conference website. You'll need to put in a bit of information about yourself, about what you'd like to say and what you'd add to the debate. You'll hear back the evening before the debate if you've been chosen to speak. The conference team will schedule a short technical check and will let you know how to join the debate. We've put together a few short tips on writing a great conference speech. Bex and Duncan are here to share them.
Everyone prepares for a conference speech slightly differently. However, the aim of this is to provide some general tips that can help you however you prepare. Firstly, some people will write out their whole speech and read it off, whereas others will read from bullet points. But regardless of which one of these you use, make sure that any facts you want to quote are accurately written down and clearly marked on your paper, underlined or highlighted if this will help you, because you want to be able to clearly and correctly quote them in your speech in order for them to give the most impact. Secondly, I always make sure I have at least one backup point, because you never know what the speaker before you was going to say. And if their whole speech is focused on one of the points you were going to make, it can be helpful to be not repeating that same point. And finally, 3 minutes isn't as long as you feel it's going to be. So don't try to fit 7 points into a 3-minute speech. You will either end up getting cut off halfway through, or you will be speaking so quickly that no one watching the debate will be able to understand the points you make. Pick the points you feel will fit best into the speech and focus on making them the best speech you can. Best of luck to all of you in your conference speeches in the future.
Hello, my name's Duncan Bragg. I've been giving speeches at conference for more years than I care to remember. I've been asked to give you some tips on speaking at conference, so here they are. First, make sure you know how much time you've got. The maximum allowed lengths for speeches are printed in the conference agenda at the end of each motion. They're normally 3 minutes, unless you're giving the opening or closing speeches on motions or amendments. That means you can calculate how many words you can fit into your speech. An average person speaks at about 150 words a minute, but you might well want to go faster than that to give your speech pace and urgency, or sometimes slower to emphasise your main points. But if you go too fast, your audience might not follow you, and if you go too slow, they might be bored. And if you run over your time, you risk being cut off by the conference chair. Either way, practice your speech in advance, record it and play it back to yourself to check whether it sounds okay and whether it fits into your time. Give a few speeches and you'll find the natural speed that works best for you. Second, write your speech out in the way you like. I write my speeches word for word, which makes it easy to time them, but it does risk making them sound a bit stilted, though I think I can usually avoid that. Many people prefer just writing down headings or brief notes or using cards rather than paper. Whatever you feel most comfortable with will work best for you. Third, be absolutely clear about what you're arguing for and what you want conference to do. If you want them to vote against the motion or for or against a particular bit of it, tell them that right at the start, explain why, and then tell them again at the end. Don't waste time introducing yourself or telling them your life story unless it's directly relevant to your argument. You're there to persuade them to vote the way you want them to, so be as clear as possible about why. Fourth, don't get worried if you get nervous in advance. Everyone does, no matter how experienced they are. Take your nervous energy and put it into your speech. Giving a speech at conference is challenging and nerve-wracking, but it teaches you to focus on what you really believe and what you really think about the motion that's being discussed, and it gives you a real adrenaline buzz. So my final tip is, enjoy yourself.
Good morning, Conference, and welcome to item F14 on the agenda, the Uyghur genocide, which you should find on page 44 of the standard printed agenda. There are no amendments to this motion. However, it was very popular, and so please can I remind all speakers to keep to time so that we can call as many of them as possible. So I now ask Councillor Prue Bray to stand by and call on Peter Banks of the Young Liberals to propose the motion. We've just had a small technical problem there. We should be coming to Peter any minute now.
Thank you, Chair. I hope Conference can hear me now. I'll start again. Friends, there is a genocide taking place in China right now. A cultural, demographic and human genocide, a genocide which is only getting worse, a genocide perpetrated by a brutal regime with singularity of focus, the extermination of an entire ethnic group. The litany of offences the Chinese state has committed against its own people is long, abhorrent and growing. Slave labour, physical and psychological torture, forced sterilisation and abortion, kidnap and executions are not just commonplace, but institutionalized. A network of re-education camps is sprawling, yet the Chinese authorities claim no knowledge of them. The definition of genocide, as per the UN Convention on Genocide, is acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnic, racial or religious group, as such, amongst other acts, causing serious bodily harm or mental harm to members of that group, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part, or imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. If we are serious about this issue, we must be just as serious in our language. It is incontrovertible fact that by the internationally agreed definition of genocide, the Uyghurs in China are facing a genocidal event at the hands of the Chinese state. Last week, I was honoured to attend the Uyghur Tribunal, an independent tribunal set up to find the truth about China's heinous actions in Xinjiang. What I saw and what I heard will stay with me forever, as we heard from women who have lost their entire family, refugees who escaped from re-education camps, and a grown man weeping as he recounted in details too horrific to repeat here his punishment for allegedly holding a Kazakh passport and speaking Kazakh in a public building. I mention at some length this man's story, but I speak today in solidarity with and in memory of all of the Uyghurs who have lost families, livelihoods, and lives at the hands of their own government. But there are those, I'm sorry to say, both within our party and without, who would still beg to differ, who say that the atrocities committed in Xinjiang are hyperbole, that this motion serves only to hype the language around Chinese issues, and that the word genocide serves only to anger the Chinese with no meaningful gain. And to them, I say only this. Liberals in this country have always had the courage to stand up for peace, democracy, justice, and human rights when no one else would. These are the very values on which our party's foundation is built. Our singular and unwavering defence of these ideals is what differentiates us from all other parties. It is our soul. It is what makes us liberals. And I'm reminded of our dear colleague Paddy Ashdown, who in Bosnia and in Hong Kong led the way in standing up for the downtrodden, speaking out against brutal and oppressive regimes, and never shying away from taking the right stance, the principled stance, when those in power would rather look away. Friends, we will never look away. We must not look away. And I am proud that it is this issue which has brought Young Liberals' foreign policy back to federal conference after a 50-year absence. With this motion, Young Liberals have lit the torch, and we hold it now for the Mother Party to follow. And conference, I dearly hope you will. Please support this motion, and let us say now with one voice that we must stop the Uyghur genocide. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. Can I ask Richard Flowers to stand by? And I call on Councillor Prubray to second.
Good morning, conference. This is my Uyghur hat. I bought it in the Sunday market in Kashgar in the autumn of 1984, only a few months after foreigners were allowed to travel there. Now, Kashgar is a city in the west of Xinjiang province on the edge of the desert that for over 2,000 years was a major stopping place on the Silk Road. The open-air Sunday market sold everything, from sacks of spices to stacks of window frames, from bits of bicycles to whole live camels. And barbers would shave men's heads with something that I can only describe as a scimitar with a handle at each end, and then they would put one of these traditional hats on their newly bald heads. Everyone wore them, even the imam we met, who was also a senior figure in the Chinese civil administration. I remember thinking that this combination of roles gave hope that China was finding a way to allow different cultures to coexist within that vast country. How wrong I was. There were no proper paved roads, so whenever our group went out, we were accompanied by a sort of shuffling noise made by all the sand that was kicked up by the large crowd that followed us, having never seen a Westerner before. Many of them were children who did that shy peeping out thing that children do, and then burst into giggles when you smiled at them. Those children will be middle-aged now, those of them who have survived the rape and the sterilisation, the beatings and the forced labour and the re-education camps. The eradication of a people and their culture, man's inhumanity to man. We have to speak out against it. We have to. As the preamble to our party constitution says, our responsibility for justice and liberty cannot be confined by national boundaries. This motion may not make any difference to the Chinese government, but if we have these values and principles and we don't at least try to do something about them when it matters, what is the point in having them? We may as well just give up now. There is one final thing I want to say. We need to remember that it is the Chinese government that is carrying out these monstrous actions, not the whole Chinese people. Let's make sure we recognise the difference between the two and acknowledge that there are many, many Chinese citizens who do not support what their country's government is doing and who should not be blamed for its actions. But please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Prue. Could I ask Philip Benyon to stand by? And I now call on Richard Flowers from Tower Hamlets to speak.
Good morning, conference. Thank you for hearing me, and thank you for taking this debate on this hugely important topic. Let me reiterate this. There is clear and compelling evidence from Amnesty International, from the New York Times, from independent lawyers of planned systemic use of so-called education camps, torture and rape to destroy the Uyghur people. This is genocide, and we must call it genocide. I must applaud what Peter said at the start of this debate. Human rights are core to what Liberal Democrats believe. Let me just leave that as a marker for tomorrow's debate. But human rights are under threat right now, at home and across the world. Human rights are the thin line that stands between you and the government doing anything they like to you. They are at the heart of what Liberal Democrats are for. the roots of our party go back to the English Civil War and standing up to the divine right of kings. We are the party that stands up to the bullies, and this is why we must call this out. How can we fight oppression with only our words, you might ask? But words work. The Chinese Communist Party are brutal at home, but they do not care to be embarrassed on the world stage. And they should know that their actions in Xinjiang are deeply shaming to them. They lose much face by what they do. Here in Tower Hamlets, the Chinese embassy is moving to our borough. And we welcome this because it means they have to listen to our words. Our brilliant councillor, Rabina Khan, has put proposals to the council that new roads in the area should be given names like Tiananmen Square to remind the CCP that we do not forget. I've campaigned with Rabina outside the existing Chinese embassy, and I'll do it again. They need to hear our words. So I completely endorse the call for a boycott of the Winter Olympics in Beijing. The CCP want the trappings and the rewards of being civilized. Well, they need to be reminded that there are obligations that come with that. And human rights are the most basic, the lowest bar to being seen as a civilized nation. The right to life, the right not to be tortured, the right to believe, the right to a family. These are not difficult to deliver. Conference, this is the right thing to do because we are all one human family. We benefit from our diversity and not being forced to be the same. But if that's not enough, think on this. Our own government is headed down a dark and populist path. We need to put the defence of human rights on the agenda now for our own sake as well. We need to stand up and draw this line now. Conference, this is our issue. Please support this motion.
Thank you, Richard. Can I ask Ed Lucas to stand by? And I now call on Philip Benyon, who is the chair of the Federal International Relations Committee, to speak in favour of the motion.
Thank you, Conference. And I want to deal with a couple of things. I want to deal with the evidence, and I want to deal with the term genocide, which I know some people are sceptical of. Firstly, as far as the evidence is concerned, we at Liberal International were aware of the internment camps way back, probably end of 2016, beginning of 2017. And as a result, we awarded the Prize for Freedom, which is our own prize, to the imprisoned Uyghur activist and academic Ilham Tohti. I took that forward myself again in 2019 when I led the campaign to get Mr. Tohti the Sakharov Prize in the European Parliament. And of course, that was a successful campaign. At the same time, we saw the release of the China cables from the ICIJ, and suddenly with the two events coinciding, the whole world knew about what was going on in Xinjiang. And so I think that certainly the campaign to bring this to public attention was successful. Now, since then, even more evidence has come forward. We have the eyewitness reports, which have been referred to by previous speakers, in the tribunals chaired by Sir Geoffrey Nice, which the Uyghur ones have been going on this month. We've also had further technical evidence like satellite evidence, other technical evidence. Now, I've been speaking to the Canadian politician who's also director of the Raoul Wallenberg Institute, the Raoul Wallenberg Centre, Erwin Kotler, who also happens to be a colleague of mine on the Liberal International Human Rights Committee. And he has assured me that the evidence has been cross-referenced and it's absolutely incontrovertible. So please do not believe any disinformation. The evidence is sound. The second point I want to make is the use of the word genocide. I was a skeptic myself because in common usage, we think of genocide in the context of mass extermination and slaughter. However, as has been pointed out, we have the Rome Statutes of the International Criminal Court, which has set out this broader definition of genocide, which Peter has already described. So please, it is now a norm in international law, so we should not vote against this motion through doubts about the use of the word. Final point I want to make is that Rodney Dixon QC is now taking a case in the International Criminal Court, despite the fact that China is not a signatory. However, abductions from Tajikistan, which is a signatory, are part of the entire crime, which brings it under the jurisdiction of the International Criminal Court. So please vote for the motion to hold China to account and support the people of Xinjiang. Just finally, I don't support the boycott of the Olympics, but I don't see that as a reason to vote against the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Philip. Can I ask Hannah Betsworth to stand by? And I now call Edward Lucas from Kensington and Chelsea to speak.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm not a first-time conference speaker, but it is my first time since 1983, when I was a young Liberal. And I want to start by commending the young Liberals for pushing this onto the agenda. It's a matter of real shame for us that the word China did not appear in our manifesto at the last election, and yet it's the greatest threat to our prosperity and our freedom, and we're late in coming to this, and we need to acknowledge that. Although I really like the motion, I do have two problems, small ones. One, it's not just Uyghurs, it's all the Turkic Muslims who live there. There are harrowing accounts of what happens to Kazakhs and to others. And although Uyghurs are the biggest category, let's not forget the others. And secondly, I really don't like the use of the word Xinjiang. Xinjiang is Chinese for New Frontier. It's a Chinese term for an occupied country. Let's call it what the people there call it. Let's call it occupied East Turkestan, a country that was independent, that has its flag. We hope one day will be independent again. Finally, it doesn't just try to control terminology at home. It tries to control ideas. It tries to control the whole discourse abroad. It launches and runs sophisticated disinformation campaigns to discredit campaigners who try and expose the horrific abuses that it's perpetrating there. It puts pressure on companies. If you say you won't take cotton from Xinjiang, which is what human rights campaigners here push companies like H&M to do, then China says, right, we're going to close down your business inside China. This really happens. It's very binary, very polarizing, requires companies to stand up and accept their responsibilities on human rights, even at the cost of profits. We need to praise the ones that do that and punish the ones that kowtow to Chinese pressure. There's other things we can do too. The wonderful initiative in Tower Hamlets is great. We need to use every symbolic means we can to support not just Uyghurs, but Taiwan, a country that is run by a liberal international member party. And we need to support Lithuania, a country which has really taken the lead in busting China's attempt to play divide and rule in Eastern Europe, which holds public hearings on the oppression of the Uyghurs and is opening an office for Taiwan. It may seem far away, but we're next. If we don't stand up for the countries that are resisting China directly, then who will be there to stand up for us when our turn comes? I urge you, please support the motion.
Thank you, Ed. I think I probably heard your last speech in 1983. Can I ask Alistair Carmichael to stand by and call on Hannah Betsworth to support the motion?
Thank you very much. Conference. When I was thinking about what I could say that was distinct from my FERC colleagues on this motion, I came across in my mind a quote from Margaret Atwood, the author of The Handmaid's Tale. There's nothing in this book that didn't happen somewhere. And what we see happening in Xinjiang now is akin to those kind of crimes described in that book. And when I read it initially as a teenager, I asked myself, where was Europe? Where was the rest of the world? How could people go on like nothing was happening? And now I see that this is how. It's fantastic that the young liberals have brought this motion forward, because what has concerned me so much has been otherwise progressive young people online sharing an appalling denial of genocide, accepting and uncritically repeating propaganda from YouTubers who are aligned to the Chinese state, from indulging in whataboutery about the actions of other countries, as if that were some kind of excuse for genocide. As Liberals, we will not fall into this trap. We stand up against abuses, no matter how big, how powerful the perpetrator is. And that is why we need to support this motion as it stands, to send a strong message that we will not be quiet, we will not concede to strong countries using their power to abuse their people, and we will not back down. No matter how supine our government might choose to be, the Liberal Democrats will always speak up for human rights, for the vulnerable, and against abuses, no matter who commits them. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you for your brevity, Hannah. Can I ask Nick Moussoulis to stand by, and I now call on Alistair Carmichael MP to support the motion.
Thank you very much, Chair. Conference, good morning. Can I also thank the Young Liberals for bringing this motion to conference, and indeed thank them for the name check in it. It's the first time that's ever happened to me. As is said in the motion, I set up, along with others, and I currently co-chair the all-party group for the Uyghurs. And yes, Ed, your point is well taken in relation to that, and the point about East Turkestan as well. For me, it has never been a difficult issue. As soon as I became aware of what was happening there, then I knew that I had to act. We've seen this so many times down the decades, where genocide happens, we are always too late to acknowledge it, and if you're too late to acknowledge it, then you're always too late to deal with it. So why do we say it's genocide? Well, Peter Banks has already given us the definition. The question then is, where does the evidence come from? Can I commend to you the Uyghur tribunal work of Sir Geoffrey Nice QC and the case now being taken by Rodney Dixon QC. These are important initiatives which bring systematic consideration and exposure of the evidence that exists. Amnesty International, who are also systematic in their gathering of evidence, have conducted hundreds of interviews on the ground with the relatives of many that have gone missing, as well as those who claim to have been imprisoned and tortured in detention camps. They have acquired and analysed satellite imagery and official Chinese documents, all of which indicate a mass internment programme. This is what they conclude. An estimated 1 million Muslim people are being held in Xinjiang, northwest China. The Chinese government denies the existence of the camps, describing them as transformation through education centres and that people go there voluntarily. In fact, these are detention camps for torture and brainwashing of anyone suspected of disloyalty. Initially, the Chinese government denied their existence, and later they claimed that they had been closed down. Neither claim was grounded in truth. There is a legitimate debate to be had here about how we respond. Whether we respond by isolation or by engagement. My preference is always for engagement. But the thing surely that has to change now is that in that engagement, we look not just to trade, but put the priority on human rights. We don't deny what is happening in East Turkestan. We have to be out there and challenge the Chinese government on it. And it is ultimately the best solution to this situation is one that will come from the Chinese government themselves, and one that recognises and embraces, as we do in this party, respect for human rights. Thank you to the Young Liberals for bringing this conference. Please accept this motion.
Thank you, Alistair. Can I ask Adam Lawless to stand by? And we now have Nick Moussoulis to support the motion. Nick hasn't got a video link, so we're just going to hear his voice only.
Hello everyone, and apologies for not having video. Technology isn't my strongest area, I'm afraid. Well, you already heard about the crimes against the Uyghurs, and what I want to talk about is the other crimes of the long list of crimes committed by the regime of China. In Tibet, nomads are forced off their land. The Tibetan culture is systematically persecuted. Many people have been sent to prison just because they were to preserve the Tibetan language. And being a political prisoner in China means that the family is not informed for months. A some trial behind closed doors and torture. Many people die in prison, and when it happens, the guards cremate the body and give the relatives only the ashes. So it is impossible to tell the cause of death, how badly the victim was tortured, or what organs had been harvested. Why do we not hear anything of this, you ask? Because of the great goal of censorship. Information is smuggled out at the great risk of the individual. Even BBC reports Chinese matters from Taiwan because it is not safe for the reporters to be in China. BBC has reporters in Afghanistan, but China is even more dangerous for reporters. And the great goal of censorship is not contained within the borders of China. A few months ago, fashion designer BHS spoke out for the Uyghurs. Immediately they were blocked from Alibaba, that's the Chinese equivalent of eBay. The actor Brad Pitt is banned from entering China because, you're not going to believe it, he acted in the film 7 Years in Tibet. Oh, for God's sake, he was only an actor acting a role. But you can see, of course, what's going on. The regime systematically intimidates everyone, anywhere in the world, into silence. Even our own universities have on many occasions blocked speakers from events or even cancelled events altogether on the demands of China. And talking about universities, in 2019, Chinese fascists bullied and terrorized students from Hong Kong. And this was done here in the UK, in our own universities. In the last few years, we heard a lot of nice talk about democracy and sovereignty, but I see neither when Chinese agents can operate like this. And to conclude, I will say that China erased the freedoms of Hong Kong overnight for one and only one reason. Because we had tolerated everything else, because they were accustomed to our tolerance. And this tolerance has to end. I urge you to vote for the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. I'm sorry we couldn't see you as well as hear you, but thank you for your contribution. I now call on Adam Lawless to summate on the motion as a whole.
Thank you for this debate. As Liberals, standing up for human rights, no matter the cost, is a core principle of what we do, and this must continue. Too many genocides have been forgotten or pushed aside for geopolitical gain. And while our society may enjoy whatever benefits that solely brings to us, it perpetuates the initial intent of any genocide, to wipe a people not only from the face of our planet, but from our minds and from our collective memory. To ignore what is happening to the Uyghurs and to not label it accurately is to ourselves implicitly endorsing the very nature of what a genocide attempts to do. When I am old, I don't want my grandchildren to ask what happened, but I want them to ask why we didn't do something sooner. Peter excellently set out why this is a genocide. Philip and Alistair furthered that. Thank you for making the distinction that a genocide is not dependent upon our personal perception, but it's clearly defined. Everyone who has supported this motion has offered such an important perspective, and I thank you all to no end for your comprehensive speeches. Conference, I am so proud of the young Liberals for getting this motion here. The future shines bright when we follow the courage of our convictions. So let's vote for this motion and ensure we are on the right side of history. We must stop the Uyghur genocide. Let me leave you with the words of Paddy Ashdown in regards to Bosnia. Nothing can diminish the culpability of those who perpetuated this genocide. But in condemning this evil, it is right to also acknowledge our passive complicity. We could have prevented this horror. We chose not to. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adam. We're now going to move to a vote. You'll find the voting panel on Hopin on the right of your screen. In a moment, I'm going to ask the vote to be made visible, but we're going to allow 2 minutes for voting. So the voting can start now. Thank you, conference. The poll has now closed. I can announce the result. There were 301 votes in favour and only 2 against, so that was clearly carried. Can I apologise for the speakers who we couldn't accept today? We didn't have the time, I'm afraid. But can I thank the speakers who did speak for speaking so well, the Young Liberals for submitting what I thought was an excellent motion, and my aides Chris Adams and Cara Jenkinson. And I'm now going to hand over to Jenny Rigg to chair the next session when that starts.
Good afternoon, conference, and welcome to F15, Dignity, Care and Choice at the End of Life, which you'll find on pages 48 to 50 of the agenda. There are no amendments. I did get a couple of requests for separate votes, but neither of them were in order, so I'm not going to take them. Without further ado, can I ask George Potter from Guildford to stand by? And I now call Christine Jardine, who is our MP for Edinburgh West, and also Vice Chair of the All Parliamentary Party Group on Assisted Dying, and she's going to propose the motion for us. I think you might be on mute, Christine.
It had to happen, didn't it? Sorry about that. It is, as always, conference, a pleasure to speak. And thank you, Jenny, very much for the introduction. But I know this is a debate that many of us will find difficult. I'm sure I'm not alone in hoping that when my time comes, it's peacefully, in my sleep, and at the end of a day, full of fun and laughter with the ones I love. Something I can bear. But I also know that's probably not going to happen. I've seen it too often with other people that that's not the case. My mum, for example, had her lungs destroyed by asbestos and then lost her life to that. And it was very painful towards the end. And it took me many years to come to terms with the emotional conflict I felt between my despair at losing my mum and the relief that she was no longer enduring the pain. Overwhelming desire I had for even just one more day with her, ultimately I knew was selfish. And I've often wondered what she would have wanted if she had had choice. Because that, for me, is what it all boils down to, choice. We have choice in so many things in life, our careers, our marriage, what we do with our lives, how we define ourselves, except the one thing where perhaps at one point it will matter most, at least. In this country, we don't. In the past 20 years, more than 400 people have travelled from the UK to Dignitas in Switzerland, if they could afford to, and to make that choice, end their life. Sadly, there's no way of knowing if that number of people reflects the number facing the final stages of a terminal illness who would desperately want to have control, to have that choice. Far from feeling that we are protecting the sanctity of life, I find myself becoming increasingly concerned we're shirking our responsibility to have the debate, to listen to what people want, to have the right to choose. When I was still a journalist, I met the indomitable Margot MacDonald when she was an MSP, and we talked about her end-of-life bill. Margot had a profound effect on what I believe. From being someone who hoped that could support change when it came, I became determined to work for it to happen, to change the law in a very narrow way that would give us all choice, to have the choice. That word again. But you see, there's another word that's also important for me, and that's compassion. As you've heard, I'm the Vice Chair of the All-Party Parliamentary Group for Choice at the End of Life, and our aim is to foster discussion focused entirely on the rights of those have reached the final stages of a terminal illness and are judged mentally capable of making the decision. It highlights for us the fact that not only the current law rob people suffering from terminal illness of their dignity and death, it also criminalises family members who support their loved one's wish for a choice over how they die. Take a minute to let that one sink in. In England, Wales and Northern Ireland, assisting suicide is a crime. If convicted, you can face up to 14 years in prison. I challenge anyone not to be moved to tears when thinking about that, when reading the testimonials from families impacted by the ban on assisted dying, or listen to the heartbreaking stories of those who've had to watch their loved ones die a painful, lingering death, knowing that they'd been denied the choice to end it before it became so painful, denied the compassion to end their life with dignity. And then to think about the husbands and wives already dealing with the loss of their lifelong companion, treated like criminals and facing prison under British law. We often pride ourselves in this country on how far we have come as a liberal, progressive society that treats everyone with compassion and equality under the law. When it comes to how we treat our citizens, towards the end of our lives, we are seriously lagging behind other parts of the world, not just Switzerland. Public opinion here in the United Kingdom largely backs change. Research shows us that more than 80% of the population support a narrow change in the law with protections. Those protections I spoke about, people who are terminally ill, who've had a diagnosis, who are mentally capable and have only a few months left to live. And of course, those who vote in our parliaments must be able to do so on a conscience basis, because we all have our own views. Just recently, the Royal College of Physicians moved to a neutral position, and the British Medical Association last week removed their objections, as did the Assembly of Reformed Youths in this country. Queensland legalised assisted dying on Thursday and became the 5th Australian state to do so. All over the world, governments, people are putting compassion at the centre of the debate and giving people the choice of how they end their lives. So, where are we in this country? Well, my hope is that we are at the beginning of a thorough and sensitive public and political exploration of how our society deals with this most sensitive and difficult of issues. My colleague, Liam MacArthur, who's the MSP for Orkney, will shortly be laying a bill before the Scottish Parliament. It will be the third bill before the Scottish Parliament. We hope that this time it will be successful. Baroness Meacher as a private member's bill in the House of Lords. But just recently in a chat over coffee with friends, we mused that we have many lives. In my case, I've been a journalist, mother, politician, and if I'm lucky, I'll retire. But we only have one death. I hope when it comes, if it is to be a result of one of the many terminal illnesses that can affect any of us, I will be allowed to choose when and how I want that final happy day to end. Thank you. Support this motion, please.
Thank you very much, Christine. And I would like to now ask Sarah Carr from Wokingham Borough to stand by. And I now call George Potter from Guildford, who wishes to speak against lines 43 to 57. George. I think you're on mute, George.
Sorry, I didn't mute myself and David muted me again. It's a great system. Anyway, let me try again. Good afternoon, conference. Now, I want to begin by saying that I support very much the right to assisted dying. This is not new for Liberal Democrats. This has been support for assisted dying has been party policy for years, many, many years. Unfortunately, I'm also deeply uncomfortable with part of this motion, and for two different reasons. And I thought it's a shame that FCC refused to take any separate votes on this motion, because if that had allowed us to support the motion without having to object, without having to agree with every little word of it. Lines 43 to 57 commit conference to endorsing the safeguards set out in the assisted dying bill currently in the House of Lords. Now, there are two clear problems with these safeguards. The first is their version of assisted dying is one which is in practice going to be inaccessible to anybody. It restricts assisted dying to terminally ill people who have 6 months or less to live. Now, I can tell you, as a disabled person who was deeply engaged in the coalition government's welfare reforms and debates over them, that medicine is not exact when it comes to predicting life expectancy. The whole point of part of the problem with the coalition's welfare reforms was that the idea of an arbitrary threshold where people have 12 months or 6 months or less to live doesn't match up with medicine. You can give somebody a life expectancy of 2 years and they can be dead within 3 months. You can give somebody a life expectancy of 6 months and they can still be alive in 2 years. Restricting it to 6 months or less to live, particularly when you then have to go through getting 2 independent doctors to confirm you are terminally ill and have capacity to consent to assisted dying, particularly including an application to be made to the High Court and a mandatory waiting period to give a person time to reflect on their decision, means that we would be legalising assisted dying for almost nobody in practice. Almost nobody would fit all those criteria and yet manage to live long enough to benefit from assisted dying. Meanwhile, people with severe degenerative illnesses, such as Alzheimer's, such as dementia, such as MS, who might wish to make these decisions, won't count because their terminal illness will see them lose mental capacity long before their life expectancy is 6 months or less. And let's also consider, from the point of view, the concerns that many disabled people have about this bill, because, unfortunately, as we saw in the early stage of the pandemic, we saw do not resuscitate notices being applied to people without their consent, without asking family members, because doctors and care homes decided that disabled people's lives weren't worth saving in the event of if they had to go into hospital during the pandemic. They should be sacrificed. Now, I appreciate these safeguards set out to do things to prevent people from being coerced into ending their own lives, but there will undoubtedly be people more versed in this than I am who can see problems with this, who could see ways they could be improved. So why are we committing to these exact specific so-called safeguards? Why are we saying, why can't we just welcome the assisted dying bill in principle? Why can't we welcome the principle behind it without signing up to every word and letter of it, particularly when so many of these safeguards both make it unworkable in practice and let disabled people down, and leave out ways this could be improved? Again, I emphasise, conference, assisted dying is already Lib Dem policy. If FCC had allowed a separate vote, we could have had a separate vote on these lines and then approve the rest of the bill. Unfortunately, FCC chose not to allow us to do that, so I am in the unfortunate position of having to vote against this motion. So, yes, please consider very carefully whether you can support this motion as worded. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Can I ask Charlie Hastard from Lambeth to stand by? And I now call Sarah Carr from Wokingham Borough, who wishes to speak for the motion as a whole.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, conference, and thank you for listening. I hold a council seat in Wokingham that the team and I won in a by-election after our friend and colleague Helen resigned. Helen originally won the seat from the Tories, removing a cabinet member, no less. Shortly after winning her seat, Helen was diagnosed with incurable cancer. Helen campaigned strongly for the campaign Dignity in Dying. I want to read to you some of the public tweets Helen wrote. I've been in hospital for 24 hours due to agonising pain and vomiting. All back under control now, but I'm really scared for my future, death, as 12 hours of that pain was horrific for me and so distressing for my family to watch. Meds can only do so much. 5 days later, she tweeted, can't help feeling I'm there now. Still in hospital, pain still horrendous. Living or maybe dying with cancer. Certainly no quality of life right now. 4 days later, she tweeted, scared, lonely and in pain. 6 days later, I'm in a hospice dying of cancer. In some cases, medication can only do so much. My fears have been realised. The pain is agonising torture. We can change this. And finally, 2 weeks later, extra time, month 14. Sometimes I can't believe and I'm angry at how this body keeps going, despite the agony and suffering that can take days to recover from. In 2 weeks' time will be the anniversary of Helen's funeral. For Helen, she knew what the end result was going to be. All she wanted to do was remove some of the pain, suffering, and loss of dignity. It was her body, her death, her choice. We are a party that supports and campaigns for individual choice. My message is simple. If you don't agree with assisted dying, don't use it yourself. We need the freedom to choose. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for that very emotional contribution. If I could ask Toby Keynes to stand by, please. And I now call Charlie Hastard from Lambeth. Charlie.
Hi. So I am broadly in favour of this motion. Personal choice is such a vital liberal principle. where I have an issue, what I've asked to speak against a couple of lines, which is on administering. My concern is that by saying that a terminally ill person must administer things themselves, you potentially cut somebody off from months or weeks of quality time that they could be having with their families, because they're scared of when they'll no longer be able to swallow medication or push a plunge or press a button. These are people who have already been or are already being robbed of their futures. And surely we need to have some awareness that we're not taking what little time they have left to make memories out of their own fear that they won't be able to take the plunge when the time comes, because they can't ask somebody to help them. So I think we need to make sure we have really clear outline of exactly what we mean by administer. Is it administering to support somebody's hand so that they can, because they can't raise it themselves, even if they can swallow, that sort of thing. I also want to raise a quick point, and I'm really happy that it hasn't happened so far, but as a disabled person, one of the issues that I've had around the debate around assisted dying is that quite often I hear a lot of people who are not disabled saying, I can't imagine living with X. I live with chronic pain. My aunt had MS. She spent the last few years of her life unable to talk. And I've heard people say many times, I can't imagine not being able to talk. I can't imagine being in chronic pain or constant pain. And it's incredibly upsetting to me, as somebody who has lived with and around people who experience those things, to have people who don't experience those things essentially saying or feeling like they're saying, if I experience the things that you or your loved ones experience, I would kill myself. Like our lives aren't worth something because we require a tracheostomy tube to breathe, or we can't talk properly. That doesn't mean we can't communicate. So it's, again, I'm not, like I said, I'm really pleased that hasn't happened here. But please, if we're talking about assisted dying, we need to make sure we're really careful about not denigrating the lives of disabled people who are living with these issues day to day and are living full, active lives, getting PhDs and doctorates and having children and getting married when they can't talk or can't swallow or can't do other things. Can
you bring your remarks to a close, please, Charlie? Thank you. Thank you very much, Charlie. Can I ask Sean McLeod from Lewis to stand by? And I now call Toby Keynes from Brighton and Hove, who is the chair of the Humanist and Secularist Lib Dems and wishes to speak in favour of the motion.
Thank you, Chair. Conference. This motion gives people who are terminally ill and may be experiencing great pain and suffering with no hope of relief the right to choose for themselves the time and the manner of their own deaths. But we also have to be sure that by allowing some terminally ill people to make that choice, we're not putting others at risk. That's why it's so important to have rigorous safeguards in place, and the ones that appear in this motion are not just a signed declaration, which someone could be pressured into signing, but confirmation from 2 doctors that they're terminally ill and have a voluntary, clear, settled and informed wish to end their life and are not being coerced or put under duress, plus an application approved by the High Court, and finally the requirement that the person must themselves administer the medicine. And I share Charlie's and George's concerns that these may prove to be too onerous and that our parliamentarians should not be held to these precise requirements. But they do make it extremely difficult for the legislation to be taken advantage of. They create a very clear trail of evidence that someone really did make that choice. Taken together, they're just not things that people can fake. And the terrible reality is that for as long as we do not have assisted dying by law, with all these safeguards in place, it will happen anyway. It does happen in people's homes. Some of those who are closest to the suffering, who see that pain and distress every hour of every day, will find another way. And it may be that the person who is suffering knows what they want, is fixed in their decision and makes their wishes very clear. Or they may waver between wanting to end it and wanting to carry on. Or those around them may believe that this is what they want. And the decision is taken out of pure compassion, not by them, but for them. And those who make that decision may be misguided or deluded. Mercy killing can so easily be killing without consent. And of course, sometimes it isn't mercy killing at all. People do kill for other motives. And when it's been done, when someone's been helped on their way, there's no audit trail. There's no evidence that that's what they really wanted. It's extremely difficult for anyone to know the truth of what really happened. And anyone can claim that they did this out of compassion precisely because there is no other way. And that makes the police reluctant to investigate, the Crown Prosecution Service reluctant to prosecute, and juries reluctant to convict. As long as there is no assisted dying law in place, people will be killed who do not want to die, and some people will get away with murder. So, conference, this is not just about enabling terminally ill people who do not want to carry on any longer to make that choice. It's also about protecting those who, despite all their suffering, want to live. Please support the motion.
Thank you very much, Toby. Can I ask Sean Bennett from Norwich to stand by? And I now call Sean McLeod from Lewis, who wishes to speak against the motion. Sean.
Thank you. I don't actually wish to speak against the motion as a whole. Again, it's very similar to George. I want to speak against a couple of lines. I have many concerns basically regarding the 6 months. I don't believe they are in any way realistic and achievable. Essentially, we're asking people to go find 2 doctors, go to the High Court, then take time to reflect on the decision before they can end their life in a peaceful and calm way in which they're used to. Now, the way things work in this country, things don't move that quickly. And we need to take into account that while the BMA have dropped their opposition, the vote actually couldn't have been any tighter. It was only 49% to 48%. So there are still a lot of people out there who are fundamentally against assisted dying, and finding 2 doctors to support could be quite difficult. I also think that it needs to raise a bigger discussion around health and well-being, and how as a country that we have advanced in our healthcare, and we are now keeping people alive a lot longer that would have otherwise died many years ago. And we're not actually thinking about the quality of life we're giving them in their end of days. I want to use an example of my aunt who 5 years ago, at 100, got dementia. Within 2 months of having dementia, she fractured her pelvis. For the next 2 years, she laid in a care bed, not knowing who anybody was, screaming, shouting, being violent, a complete opposite to how she would have ever been. She then, sadly, survived 2 years bedridden because they wouldn't fix her pelvis due to the fact that it would potentially kill her. So instead of having an operation where she might have died at 100, the next 2 years until 102, she laid in a bed and then died in the most bizarre and inhumane way I could ever imagine. Now, if my aunt was an animal and we kept her alive that long in those conditions, we'd be imprisoned, we'd be banned from having pets, and we'd be cast aside by society. I genuinely think right now that while this bill has my full support, the 6 month rule, the 6 months condition on it, is just unrealistic. And I really wish we could have a separate vote on that. And the problem is with people like my aunt, they don't get a decision. They don't get a choice. And I know for a fact that my aunt would not want to have lived out her last 2 years like she did. Nobody would. And so I think while our healthcare and our health systems are advancing, we do need to have a serious discussion about the quality of life we give people in their end-of-life care. Thank you, conference.
Thank you very much, Sean. If I could ask John Hunt from Birmingham Perry Bar to please stand by. And I now call our second Sean in a row, Sean Bennett from Norwich. Sean.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, conference. Almost everyone will have experience of watching somebody die. Not necessarily in a car crash or a sudden accident, but slowly over many years. Many of us will have watched a loved one suffer through horrendous degenerative disease or other chronic illness, the kind that feed on a person's quality of life and drag their life through the mud over an excruciatingly long period of time. I've seen it, perhaps you have too, and we know it's heartbreaking to watch. Much like Christine, I recently lost a member of my family to a chronic and pervasive illness. I watched them fade away before my eyes. I saw their lust for life slowly transform into a tiredness more acute than can be imagined. Charlie is right. It is not the place of others to assume that someone's quality of life is low enough to warrant assisted suicide. But I didn't have to assume. My family member told me many times, but that option wasn't available to them. I miss them every day, but I was relieved for them when they finally passed on. And I'm sure they were too. Because they were forced to live a life that they did not want for year after year after year. Why must we allow people to suffer so? There is precedent for assisted dying. As this motion rightly details, many nations have, to varying degrees, introduced provisions that allow compassion for our fellow humans to prevail over our inherent fear of death. However, there is precedent locally too. Here in the UK, we allow families to remove loved ones from life support when medical options have been exhausted, and we do not resuscitate orders, allowing patients the smallest modicum of power over their end-of-life experience. Clearly, then, we have an inherent moral understanding of what is acceptable to put a person through. We understand that there can come a time where living is not necessarily preferable to dying. Even our polling data shows that with assisted dying, that assisted dying is, for the most part, well supported in principle. Why then do we insist on forcing people to suffer through their illnesses? Why do we force them to suffer low quality of life before we allow ourselves to show them mercy? Protections and regulations are, of course, required, though I would echo the concerns of the other speakers. There is still work to be done on this issue and the legislation around it. We must not be complacent, and we must ensure that we protect vulnerable parties at every stage of the assisted dying process. But knowingly forcing a person to suffer and experience death not on their own terms is torture. Conference, in the name of compassion, I urge you to vote for this motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sean, and you probably couldn't tell, but Sean was the first time speaker at conference. Can I ask Imogen Shepherd-Dubé from Wokingham to stand by? And I now call John Hunt from Birmingham Perry Bar, who wishes to speak against lines 35 to 62. John.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon, conference. Hard cases make bad law, so I'm not going to dwell on my own experience. For the last year, I've combined being an active Lib Dem councillor with being the carer, hands-on carer of a frail elderly person living in my house. My experience of this and of other very elderly people has opened my eyes as to how vulnerable they are and how susceptible to exploitation and persuasion. And it's reinforced the concerns I've had through professional scrutiny of the development of assisted dying in other countries. And there is a case for legal reform, yes, but medically assisted dying, and that means dying at the hands of the NHS in this country, is very hard to police. The boundaries set out here are easily eroded, and we've already heard this afternoon pressure for change. It makes doctors and GPs complicit in administering terminal drugs, and that makes it a step too far. Now, let's be clear, the medical organisations are mostly now abstaining on this issue, but they're not by any means supporting it. Doctors remain divided, as we've heard, and in their own organisations, but also in their own hearts, because most don't want to be involved personally, and the evidence is far from overwhelming. Now, there's a fundamental problem in bringing this debate repeatedly to conference to maintain it as a Liberal Democrat policy and a party policy. And you can see it in the clause in this motion that allows a free vote for parliamentarians, but only. That doesn't appear to extend to parliamentary candidates or others who represent the party. I was Police and Crime Commissioner candidate for the West Midlands. I lead the party's council group in the UK's second largest city. Do I have to sign up to this policy with which I fundamentally disagree to hold those roles? Because that's what I increasingly hear, that all candidates, all representatives must subscribe to all policies. Conscientious objection and free votes mean nothing if those who dissent are driven out of the party and denied advancement. Medically assisted dying is an issue that raises fundamental problems about ethics, yes, about autonomy, and about the balance of liberty and harm. But we're not really recognising that in these debates. We're just putting in an exemption for some parliamentarians. This could well be why it's never appeared in an election manifesto, thankfully. What if it had been in the 2019 manifesto? Because that manifesto stated the party would regard every suicide as preventable. It said we would take an evidence-led approach to prevention. It would have been an uneasy fit, an awkward and embarrassing insertion, and I hope it will continue to be an uneasy fit. Our manifesto will continue to place mental health above the killing of patients. But let's be clear, towards the end of life, as we've heard, and as we all experience and we know, maintaining good mental health is very, very challenging. Medical assisted dying is a policy that simply doesn't meet the JS Mill test to preventing harm. It may be libertarian, but it may well not be liberal. I fully support the sections on good palliative care, which really does need to be stepped up and improved. But let's recognise that assisted dying should not be a matter for party policy. It used not to be. It's not well backed by evidence, not yet. Even the British Medical Journal said that this week. The fact that other countries do it doesn't make it a good, liberal or effective policy. I'll be voting against. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, John. I have received a request for a suspension of standing orders to allow the separate vote, which was earlier submitted, to ask for a separate vote on lines 43 to 57. The request for a suspension of standing orders is in order, so I would like to ask conference to vote now as to whether you wish to hear a mini debate on the suspension of standing orders. So you vote for it if you want to hear a mini debate and vote against it if you do not. And I'm going to ask my voting aide, Chris Adams, to make that vote live now, please. Sorry for that slight delay, conference. We had to collate the votes. In favour of holding a mini debate are 225 and against are 81. So we are going to be hearing the mini debate. The speakers get 2 minutes each as to whether we should suspend standing orders or not. First to speak will be George Potter from Guildford, who wishes to suspend standing orders, and then there will be a response from the chair of FCC. So if I can call George to move the suspension of standing orders.
Thank you. I didn't know I was going to record again. Because I've already spoken, I'll be as brief as possible. Lines 43 to 57 endorse the specific safeguards within the assisted dying bill. Without these lines, the motion would still welcome the assisted dying bill. Or if we had a separate vote on lines 43 to 57, all we're doing is saying that we welcome the bill, but it means that we aren't committing to these specific safeguards in the bill. I would like to see strong safeguards. We need safeguards, but I would like our parliamentarians to be able to try to improve those safeguards rather than feel that party policy binds them to those specific safeguards. So that is essentially what it does. 43 to lines 57, which I'll post in the conference chat as well. This would be a request for a separate vote on those lines. Without those lines, the rest of the motion still welcomes the assisted dying bill, and it still supports the principle behind it, and it still supports the concept of safeguards. This gives the parliamentarians
You appear to have frozen, George, but I think we've got the gist of what you were saying. Nick, if you would like to respond, please, on behalf of FCC.
Thank you, Jenny, and thank you, George, for the suspension of standing orders, our first one, for this conference. With regards to the separate vote request, the FCC considered this a number of times and discussed this at length. It was the view of the Federal Conference Committee that the separate vote submitted did not include lines 38 to 42, which explicitly welcomed the bill, the assisted dying bill, which contains the safeguards, that a separate vote request was not valid. If the separate vote request had included lines 38 to 42, it is possible, although I'm trying to prejudge the committee, it is possible that the separate vote request would have been accepted. So the challenge is that lines 38 to 42, which welcome the assisted dying bill, which includes the safeguards, was being kept in by the separate vote, that the separate vote request was therefore not valid. And therefore I would urge conference not to vote for the suspension of standing orders to include that separate vote request. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nick. So we are now going to go to another vote, which will be whether or not to accept the suspension of standing orders. And Chris is frantically getting the vote ready as we speak. So it should be going up now. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that conference. We have had the most exciting of all results for a suspension of standing orders. As you will all be aware, it takes a 2/3 majority to suspend standing orders. In favour, we have 161 voters, and against we have 130. So sadly, although 55.3% of you were in favour, that's not 2/3, and I can't suspend standing orders. So I will move back to the schedule as it was, and I'm very sorry to Imogen for calling you to stand by and you've been waiting so patiently for so long. Can I ask Lawrence Cox from Harrow to stand by, please? And I now call Imogen Shepherd-Dubé from Wokingham, who wishes to speak for the motion as a whole. Imogen.
Good afternoon, conference. Well, that was exciting. Referring to Sarah Kerr, who spoke earlier, she's one of my fellow councillors, and quite rightly, it was an emotional time for us, and I commend her for her speech. However, conference, I'm here to talk about many years ago, I had a family friend who was faced with withdrawing care for his wife, who had been living with multiple sclerosis for many years and was in her final days. She could no longer move, eat, see, or communicate, and she had agreed that when the time was right, he could let her go. From the point when the decision was made to withdraw care, it took a very long, slow week for her to die. I don't think anyone would have chosen that kind of ending. While I would not want assisted dying to become the norm for everyone, it certainly should be an option for those who have no hope of recovery and have consciously made the decisions around how they want their life to end. I understand the concerns that everyone has about how we predict that someone is within 6 months of the end of their lives. It is a very difficult point to judge, but I understand that it is trying to set a benchmark. But I do believe it should be longer than 6 months because people need to make that decision before they get to the point. However, we must put some ground rules in to ensure that this happened in a legal and consensual and safe way. So why are so many British people having to travel abroad to die when they could die peacefully at home among their friends and family here in the UK? This trip is also limited to those who can afford it. It must be physically a very difficult experience for people who are really very unwell. The safeguards laid out in this motion are very rigorous, almost too rigorous, I guess, but perhaps necessary to ensure that no one is being forced to die. It is not about terminating people who do not have the capacity to understand what dying means, or people who would still have a lengthy life expectancy. No one is suggesting that doctors or carers will be involved, as it will be down to each individual patient to choose when they take the necessary medication to end their lives. These are mentally capable adults who are coming to the end of a terminal illness with no quality of life left. This motion is about compassion. At the end of our days, we must all hope that we are treated with care and respect. The Liberal Democrats have long been a supporter of assisted dying, and this motion is an addition to our existing policy that I would support. But why have we been waiting for so long for the government to pass this bill? Conference, please support this motion. It may be you that will need this one day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Imogen. If I could ask Liam MacArthur MSP to stand by to summate the debate and apologise to all the people that I had planned to call that I can't because we had all the procedural shenanigans. And I now ask Lawrence Cox from Harrow to to speak against lines 54 to 55.
Good afternoon, conference. Until last year, I would not have argued with this motion, but my experiences as carer for my late wife causes me to believe that Safeguard E may be counterproductive in a small minority of cases. For 2 years before her death last year from one of the rarer dementias with symptoms similar to motor neurone disease, I was principal carer for my wife. 4 days before she died, she abruptly lost the ability to swallow. It happened between lunchtime when she'd been able to eat food that she did not need to chew, and tea time when soft food chopped up a small layer in her mouth and I had to remove it with my fingers. She was still fully conscious at this time and distressed by being unable to swallow. My sister was tragically diagnosed with motor neurone disease in July and is already having difficulty swallowing, though her limbs are not severely affected. I give these examples to illustrate that the progress of diseases like MND can be difficult to predict, and it is entirely possible that someone can both be fully conscious and unable to swallow. Someone in this situation would be unable to end their life by self-administering the medicine as required by Safeguard E, and hence people with MND may feel compelled to end their life sooner than they wish while they still can. Safeguard E seems counterproductive in this small minority of cases, and I believe that there should be an alternative for them, perhaps by extending the remit of the Court of Protection to authorise a named third party to give assistance in dying. While I am not asking members to vote against the motion, I do ask that our parliamentarians take note that there may be circumstances where this safeguard in the assisted dying bill is inappropriate, and seek to amend it for those who physically cannot self-administer. Thank you, Conference.
Thank you very much, Lawrence. I now call on Liam MacArthur MSP to summate the motion, and then we will be moving to a vote on whether to accept the motion or not. Liam.
Thanks very much, Chair, and can I thank all those who contributed to this short but very powerful debate. Lawrence too, I think, exemplified just one of the sensitivities and complexities around this issue. I can tell Conference I intend to bring forward proposals for consultation on a members' bill next week. And again, I think I had sympathy for those who were clearly genuinely supportive of a change in the law to allow for assisted dying, but did have anxieties around some of the detail of the criteria and the safeguards. And I think that goes to the very heart of this issue. My bill enjoys genuine cross-party support. It's an issue that transcends politics, but I believe it is the next great liberal reform. I think John made a valid point about the issue of whether or not conscientious objection to this should apply only to parliamentarians as opposed to those who may be standing or representing the party in other circumstances. I would agree. I think that conscientious objection should go across the board. I remember when we last debated the bill brought forward by Margot MacDonald, but after her death, continued by Patrick Harvey, I spoke very forcefully, I thought, in favour of those proposals. Alison McInnes, my former colleague, spoke equally passionately and persuasively of the reasons why she was opposed to it. So this is an issue that, as I say, transcends politics. It is, though, I think, based on evidence, on compassion, and underpinned by strong public support. And that support, I think, is as consistent, strong, and growing as it is because of the lived experience that I think has been evidenced, again, through the course of this debate by pretty much all of the speakers. In terms of the specifics laid out in those more contentious lines, again, I think this 6-month limitation is problematic. Fortunately, in Scotland, the legislation, due to changes made with the transfer of social security powers, means that there isn't an arbitrary time limit applied. So I appreciate that we're talking maybe about provisions here for England and Wales, but that, I think, has already been addressed in a Scottish context. I think in terms of self-administered, this is an issue we're going to get into. But frankly, in terms of making a change in the law as fundamental as this, we need to command confidence and command public support. And I think at the moment, the terminal illness and the self-administration is where I believe that we can bring that consensus together. I think Charlie's points about the potential impact of denigrating the lives of people with disabilities absolutely is on the money. My brother has been in a wheelchair, quadriplegic for the last 25 years. I am absolutely alive to those dangers. I think in relation to some of the stuff around palliative care, we already have some of the best quality palliative care anywhere in the world. Yes, it needs to continue to improve, but I think the more that we have this honest debate around options at the end of life, I think the greater the protections. John talked about difficult cases making bad law, but equally bad law makes for difficult cases. And I think Sarah's explanation of Helen's agonising death speaks to that more powerfully than I can. There's a growing movement for change and for choice. How we die is very personal, but it's also political. and unusually for our times, it's an issue that transcends the usual politics. However, this movement's values of autonomy and compassion, of rights and of respects are core liberal values. Assisted dying is, as I say, the next liberal reform, and I urge conference, despite the misgivings about the sanctions and the safeguards and the protections, to vote in support of this motion this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liam. So we are now going to be moving to a vote as to whether to be in favour of or against this motion. I'd like to apologise to the 5 people that I couldn't call due to the procedural shenanigans, and Chris is making the vote live now, so please go to your voting tab. You will have 2 minutes to vote. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that, conference. So in favour of the motion are 279 and against it are 63. So that is very clearly carried. I would like to thank my aide, Cara Jenkinson, and my voting aide, Chris Adams, who's done sterling work with all the extra votes that he had to programme in. And we're now going to move into the auditorium break. There are several interesting things on over lunch, including a business and skills Q&A with Christine Jardine and Sarah Olney and Lord Fox, which I will have to run very quickly to chair after this. Fringes from ALDC, FPC, HSLD and many other acronyms. And if none of that grabs you, you can check out the exhibition and be back at 2:15 for F16, Protecting Patients' Health Data. Have a lovely lunch.